5:30, so for the final day, it is now time for the inquiry to resume. Usual announcements, mobile phones, please switch to silent. And if we hear the fire alarm, it is the real thing. And if we hear it, we're to go out of one of the two exits at the side of the room, downstairs, and congregate in the council's car park. And obviously don't come back until it's safe, or we're told it's safe to do so. Everybody all right with stairs? Yes? Okay, jolly good. Right, just a couple of things. First of all, have you seen Mr. Young sent a track change version of his closing? I've had a look through it, and I think it just, as far as I can see anyway, it just corrects various typos, repetitions, and adds some references.
Thank you.
Doesn't add anything new.
We're content with that.
Yeah, you better just have a look.
We will, but on the assumption that that's, which
I'm sure that would be the case anyway.
Of course.
So what we're proposing to do is just replace the new version with the old version with the new one.
Of course, yeah, that makes sense.
Without not the track change, but just the
the clean one.
Clean one.
Yeah.
I would just like you to be.
We will.
Satisfied.
We'll have a look this morning, but we'll have a look and confirm at the end of our closings. But I'm sure the answer will be that that's fine.
I'm as sure as I can be, but time I've had to look, but it is. Now the other thing that is still outstanding, of course, is the timetable for the Section 106.
Yes.
Do you want to deal with that now or after, when you finish closing?
Should we have a go now?
To you.
I've just spoken to Mr. Dygan, and he thinks he should be able to provide an update to the information that I sent to him yesterday morning at lunchtime. So if we could do it then, that would be...
Sorry, when?
Sorry, lunchtime.
Oh, lunchtime. I see.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
We'll come back to you on that then.
I'm just going to ask for final... Well, actually, no, I won't ask that yet. Right, okay. Anything that anyone wants to raise before we hear the final closing, which is that of the applicants? Anything? Okay, well, the floor is yours, Mr. Simons.
Okay, thank you. Just as others have, I'll be sharing the reading with Ms. Wono. So we'll obviously pass the microphone back and forth as we go, and we'll look for appropriate moments. I'm sure you'll remind us anyway, but we'll look for appropriate break in the morning in the sort of 11ish or whatever. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on the clock. Thank you. And you've got a hard copy, and fine. Thank you. This scheme, a new garden community, including up to 8,400 homes and 1.8 million square foot of commercial, business and employment uses, spread over 3 villages, including 350 hectares of publicly accessible open space, local centres, 5 new schools, northern and southern relief roads, and a new junction onto the M2, is one of the largest proposals that's ever been called in by the Secretary of State.
We were expecting a paper copy each of the closing.
So, if Councillor Bonney's happy, called in by the Secretary of State. Why now? Because the government recognises the epochal challenge faced by the UK's planning system. It recognises that we're living in the most acute housing crisis in living memory, which means that those working in the planning system have not just a professional responsibility, but a moral obligation to see more homes built. How many more homes? The Prime Minister's Plan for Change recommitted this government to achieving 1.5 million homes in this Parliament. Reaching that high watermark requires planning permissions for new homes to be granted at a level that they've not been for well over half a century. And the Prime Minister's plan says, in terms, the sheer scale of the housing crisis demands a radical response, one in which we must do things differently. Getting there will be, as he said, an almighty challenge, but one we must meet by turbocharging house building and by saying to the NIMBYs, the regulators, the blockers and the bureaucrats, you no longer have the upper hand. Britain says yes. The housing minister too has called this an acute and entrenched housing crisis in which the number of children in temporary accommodation stands at a historic high of nearly 160,000, and yet the number of homes granted planning permission has fallen to its lowest in a decade. The Minister has committed to a radical approach, reflecting this government's commitment not to duck the hard choices that must be confronted in order to tackle the housing crisis, because the alternative is a future in which a decent, safe, secure and affordable home is a privilege enjoyed only by some, rather than being the right of all working people. At this year's Labour conference, our new Secretary of State, Steve Reed, made the government's position absolutely clear. He said, we will fight for hard-working people locked out of a secure home for too long. This Labour government won't sit back and let this happen. I will do whatever it takes to get Britain building. We've got to build, baby, build. That's the way we put the key to a decent home in the pocket of everyone who needs a secure and affordable home, and not just homes, but communities, and not just communities, but entire towns. This party built new towns after the war to meet our promise of homes fit for heroes. Now, with the worst economic inheritance since that war, we will once again build cutting-edge communities to provide homes fit for families of all shapes and sizes, mobilising the full power of the state to build a new generation of new towns and restore the dream of home ownership to thousands of families across the country. This scheme is itself, as The Guardian put it, a make-or-break test for this government's housing programme. Of course, our system expects the primary vehicle for those hard choices to be the local plan process, but part of the reason we've fallen so far in Swale, in Kent, in the Thames Gateway, in the southeast of England, and nationally, is because of a chronic failure to deliver local plans. They're not happening fast or frequently enough to come close to meeting the needs of today, still less those of tomorrow. The government understands this problem, and given the acuity of this crisis, it's made clear that we cannot wait for all release to come through plan making. Now, that is particularly so in Swale, a borough which has no up-to-date local plan, is really no closer to adopting a new plan now than it was 7 years ago when it undertook its first Regulation 18 consultation, must now plan to allocate land for at least 16 to 21,000 homes, but nonetheless will not take any steps towards consulting on or progressing a new plan consultation until after this application's been determined. This council cannot, we agree, demonstrate a minimum 5-year housing land supply, but what's prevented yet further deterioration in delivery here over recent years is not plan making, it's the string of successful appeals in the face of the council's resistance at sites like Barton Hill Drive in Minster-on-Sea for 700 homes, Wisers Lane in Sittingbourne for 675 homes, Swanstreet Avenue, 135 homes, Church Road in Sittingbourne, 380 homes, Ufton Court Farm in Sittingbourne, 290 homes, a scheme in Newington, 135 homes, and more. And even since we've been sitting, further appeals have succeeded for 650 homes at Minster-on-Sea and another 250 homes at Faversham. This crisis is, aside from anything else, a crisis in plan making, and it must, at least for now, be the role of the development management to deliver the radical change the government expects of the planning system. Why here? The application site falls within the Thames Gateway, an area which covers some 100,000 hectares, running the 40 miles from the Isle of Dogs in Tower Hamlets to the mouth of the Thames beyond Southend-on-Sea and the Isle of Sheppey. For over half a century, governments have seen the Thames Gateway as the biggest regeneration opportunity in Europe, at the strategic interface between Europe and London as a world city. Lord Heseltine, whose work in the 1980s led to the recognition of the Gateway in regional planning policy, calls it this country's single greatest prospective area for growth. And yet, the area's history has been one of chronic economic underperformance, which has led to lower incomes, higher unemployment, poor educational results, and poor health outcomes. And those trends continue today. The Thames Estuary Growth Commission's ambition is for a minimum of 1 million homes by 2050 to support the creation of 1.3 million new jobs and £190 billion of additional GVA. That equates to 31,250 homes every year, but the Commission tells us solely focusing on homes in London is unsustainable, and more of them should be in Kent and Essex. And in relation to the North Foreshore area, which is where Sittingbourne sits, the Commission is clear the plan should also be ambitious, going above the minimum housing numbers set by government. There has, of course, been progress in the Gateway. For instance, the high-speed rail connection to London, and projects like the first phase of the Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road, the second Swale Crossing, which improved access to the Isle of Sheppey and to the Sheerness port. However, most of the large-scale development in the Thames Gateway so far has been in and around London itself, things like the Olympic Park or the Elizabeth line. Part of that is because, albeit the Gateway's opportunities are vast, so are its constraints. Outside the built-up areas, most of the Gateway is covered by a combination of the Metropolitan Green Belt, statutory ecological designations, and high-level flood risk zones around the Thames estuary, as are illustrated by these plans. There is little opportunity for sustainably located, strategic scale growth in the Thames Gateway outside those designations in the way that this site is. And that picture is clearer still in the context of Swale, because most of this borough is covered by high-level statutory designations. 21% in the south is covered by the National Landscape, 25% in the north is covered by a mixture of things, SACs, SPAs, Ramsar sites, and in enormous areas within Flood Zone 3 around the estuary. 70% of Swale is subject to either existing or proposed landscape designations. 70%. The same story emerges from the council's own evidence base, which puts this site, our site, into a central strip of what's called less constrained land in Swale, which is to say areas which would tend to have environmental constraints, which could be mitigated. Only 23% of Swale, only 23% of it is both undeveloped and not subject to any existing or proposed environmental designation. So in the end, if Sittingbourne is to achieve the scale of strategic regenerative growth that it must, development of this land is inevitable. The council has consistently recognised the imperative to achieve regeneration here, but its attempts have stalled time after time after time. That's in part because it tried to choke off growth by wrapping a policy buffer around the southern edge of the town. It's in part because of the range of ecological and flood constraints in the estuarine landscape to the north of the town. But the greatest constraint here on Sittingbourne's growth, the greatest constraint is its creaking highways infrastructure. The town is strategically located on the A2, but that road has had a major and long-standing congestion problem, which itself is in part a consequence of congestion at junction 5 of the M2 and indeed along the A249 corridor, which provides access between the motorway network and Sittingbourne and Sheppey to the north. Another major problem, particularly for the Kent Science Park, is the lack of connectivity between the A2 to the east of Sittingbourne and the motorway. Part of the council's solution was the Northern Relief Road to bypass Sittingbourne, along with a Southern Relief Road to connect the A2 to the M2. These connections have been core components of strategies both of Swale and of Kent since at least 2006. They are required to solve the congestion and air quality problems identified by the inspector, obviously, but by the local plan inspector during the last local plan process. That was the view of Peter Brett, the council's consultants on this topic, to allow Sittingbourne to grow. Now, the first part of that road was delivered in the 2000s, but it was never finished. Indeed, it was shelved by Swale in 2011 until the plans for the southern link to the M2 could be brought forward. And for some 15 years now, it's remained a road to nowhere. This council, resolved to support funding bids for the Northern and Southern Relief Roads in 2017. And Highways England confirmed that any option for growth in Swale's next local plan will in all probability require both links. This scheme finally unlocks, funds and delivers those connections. Those improvements will reduce traffic along the A2, including through the centre of Sittingbourne. They will lead to net betterment of a number of local air quality management areas. They will allow Sittingbourne to grow as it should and it must into the next plan period. Of course, a new junction on the M2 requires some development in the national landscape. But given that the M2 is itself the boundary of the national landscape, any future connection to the M2 would require the same thing. And the strategic need for these connections has been recognised for many years. What makes this scheme distinctive, indeed, what makes it unique, what makes it a unique opportunity for this borough, is not just the nature and scale of its housing, employment or infrastructure offers. It's how it can deliver several different kinds of transformational and interdependent benefits all at once. This scheme will bring thousands of desperately needed homes, market and affordable, of a wide range of types and tenures, in what is by far the most sustainable location in this borough, and indeed one of the most sustainable locations in the whole region. It will address a massive demand for high-quality commercial employment space in a borough that's been severely and chronically constrained in its supply of industrial land. In particular, the scheme will unlock and expand the Kent Science Park. It's already one of the largest science parks in the southeast, with around 565,000 square foot of commercial floor space across 42 buildings. Most of its 60 occupiers are in life sciences, engineering and tech sectors. And whilst doing all of that, our scheme will solve the highways problems that have stifled Sittingbourne's ability to grow, with a solution that, in the words of the council's advisors, will be a game changer, with benefits of borough-wide significance to unlock Sittingbourne from its current reliance on Junction 5. It will also bring huge swathes of best-in-class strategic green infrastructure, some 350 hectares of varied spaces and accessible landscape that will be enjoyed by the people of Sittingbourne for decades to come. And this is critical, because Sittingbourne is going to keep growing, as it has been. That is inevitable. But what's not inevitable is to ensure that growth is accompanied by high-quality strategic green infrastructure. Indeed, in the last 3 decades, over 300 hectares of farmland around this town has been developed, but without the benefits of anything like the quality or quantity of strategic green infrastructure that our scheme is going to bring forward, as you can see. This parcel-by-parcel expansion of Sittingbourne has not only perpetuated deficiencies in green infrastructure. Smaller schemes tend to come forward without, for instance, on-site schools, on-site GP surgeries. The affordable housing they secure is dissipated in small pockets across the borough, an arrangement which proves challenging for and therefore unpopular amongst registered providers. The council has reported that there are 500 affordable homes secured through Section 106 agreements that it's unable to find an RP to deliver here. This scheme, in contrast, offers a strategic solution to strategic problems. The highways authorities support the solution it would provide to the pre-existing highways issues, and the council accepts that if the applications were refused, it doesn't know if an alternative could be found. Taken together, the scheme's benefits are, in the words of the council's own advisors, transformational. They are paradigmatic public benefits. They go to the heart of what the UK planning system's seeking to achieve. They are quantitatively and qualitatively at the very highest level, and inevitably there are harms to weigh on the other side of the scale. Even the council, however, acknowledges that this is a closer run balance now than at the time that the applications were called in, because since then all highways matters have been resolved to the satisfaction of National Highways and KCC. Agreement's been reached with Natural England and with KCC on archaeology. Many of the council's putative reasons for refusal are gone. The adverse effects which remain are relatively limited and no more than the unavoidable consequence of Sittingbourne growing in the way that it should have done already. They are vastly outweighed by the scheme's benefits in a way that passes all the relevant development management thresholds in the framework, including, in the end, the presumption policy in favour of sustainable development at, and that should be 11D 2 rather than 11D 1. With that introduction, we close our case under a number of headings that I'm not going to read out because we'll read them out as we get to each of the headings. So turning beyond the headings to page 18, the first topic, socioeconomics. The government has identified economic growth as the number one national priority against a backdrop of declining growth in national income, productivity and investment, which is having direct impacts on household incomes and on the UK's ability to invest in public services and infrastructure. Mr. Dobson explained that those national economic challenges are compounding longer-term underperformance in the economy of North Kent, which has suffered much more than the rest of the southeast of England from deindustrialisation, and still suffers from many of the economic scars, including lower incomes and significantly higher deprivation. Kate Willard, OBE, who is the chair of the Thames Estuary Growth Board, spoke to the pockets of poverty and deprivation which persist across the Thames Estuary, where people are dying as young as anywhere in the country as a direct result of the fact that they are poor. Mr. Dobson's evidence shows there's a concentration of those pockets of deprivation here in Swale, with parts of Sittingbourne, Sheerness and the Isle of Sheppey amongst the 10% most deprived areas in all of England and Wales. The borough's GVA per head is below the average for the Thames Gateway, due in large part to a lack of jobs. The council recognises in its local plan that despite the borough's proximity to London and good transport links, its unemployment rate is relatively high. There's an above average proportion of lower paid jobs and it performs poorly in terms of education and skills. The council's employment land evidence base records the borough's workplace economy is one of the smallest in Kent, and it suffers from long-term systematic shortcomings. Improving the economic performance of this area has been a policy priority for many years. The Thames Gateway was formally identified as a priority area for change by central government back in the 1990s, which is to say in RPG 9A. That initiative had cross-party support, and it was continued by the new Labour government in the 2000s, including through the Sustainable Communities suite of policy documents, the Thames Gateway Interim Plan, and then the Conservative government in the 2010s, which created the Thames Estuary 2050 Growth Commission in 2016, and the London Growth Plan, published earlier this year, identifies the Thames Estuary Production Corridor as one of three industrial innovation corridors which London will use all its levers to support. Those are not just national and regional ambitions. At the local level, Mr Dobson explained that the Thames Gateway is used as an organising principle of this local plan. As the examining inspector put it, the plan is underpinned by a distinction between two planning areas, the Thames Gateway, which includes Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey, which is a national priority area for regeneration and growth, and Faversham and its rural hinterland and the Kent Downs AONB, where issues of heritage and environmental protection suggest a policy of restraint. Now, Mr Digan agreed that a proper understanding of those two planning areas is fundamental to the correct application of the planned spatial strategy. Fundamental. And yet, he prepared his committee reports, the council's statement of case, and his proof of evidence on the incorrect basis that the application sites fall into the area of restraint and not the area of growth. He accepted that this was not, as he'd said it was, a, quote, drafting error, but in fact was an actual misunderstanding on his part. And his suggestion that the error had no bearing on his planning analysis only served to underscore his misunderstanding. The scheme's location in the Thames Gateway is critical to a proper assessment of its accordance with the plan's objectives and to a proper weighing of the nature and extent of its benefits. Mr Dobson explained that the policy focus on the Thames Gateway is not only motivated by the extent of its economic needs, but rather by the combination of need and opportunity. The Channel Tunnel Rail Link, HS1, provides a real opportunity for change, as of course does the area's proximity to London and the success of existing business clusters. In fact, Ms Willard explained that the Thames estuary has been identified as the UK's #1 growth opportunity, with the potential to deliver 1.3 million new jobs, a million new homes and £190 billion of additional GVA. The problem's not a lack of potential. The problem is that the potential is going unfulfilled. Mr Dobson explained that a key part of the problem is that despite significant public spending in the area, including on things like HS1 and the Sheerness crossing, it has failed to attract sufficient private investment. Swale has not developed any economic clusters of national significance, and instead it is suspended, as this plan shows, between the London-influenced economy to the west and the coastal economy to the east. Mr Pestle made much of the fact that it doesn't fall within a priority area identified in the National Industrial Strategy. But as Mr Dobson explained, that's precisely the problem. That is the problem that Swale's economy faces. If it were in one of those clusters, it would have a much stronger economy. The strategy, in any event, emphasises the need to secure growth across the country, not just in priority areas. And it makes clear that if the UK is going to seize the opportunities of this new era, it cannot take a business as usual approach. Mr Pestel having similarly recognised that a, quote, business as usual approach will perpetuate constraints on the growth of the Kent Science Park, as we will come on to in a minute. Mr Dobson noted that treating an area as unimportant because it doesn't fall within an identified cluster is to take the very business as usual approach which the national strategy prescribes. Such an approach entrenches economic underperformance, the national strategy, and indeed the national planning policy framework. Instead, expect us to do things differently, to try to build up nationally significant economic clusters in areas where currently none exist. Mr Dobson explained that the first step in doing so is to identify a base to build from, noting that the framework requires an approach which allows each area to build on its strengths and also to address its weaknesses. In Swale, the Kent Science Park is that base. The Kent Science Park is one of the largest science parks in the southeast. As we've said, it's occupied by more than 60 firms across more than 40 buildings, offering an unusual variety of spaces, including labs, offices, industrial space, and indeed greenhouses. It's got a long and illustrious history in research and innovation, including Nobel Prize-winning discoveries, and it was awarded the UK Science Park Association Award for Best Life Science Research Facility in the southeast of England. It is a unique resource in the Thames Gateway and an anchor for innovative businesses, making it one of Swales' most important economic assets. The Thames Estuary Growth Commission identifies the expansion of this science park as one of a handful of projects which are important to delivering the Commission's vision for the North Kent foreshore. The local plan similarly identifies the KSP as a major strategic employment location and a focus for further growth. Mr. Pestle confirmed that support for expansion of the KSP in Policy Regen 4 is not dependent on need, since, as he explained in his employment land reviews that he did for the council, without a supply of space to offer, the site is not as attractive as an inward investment location than it could otherwise be. Mr. Pestle reviewed and approved the first of those reviews back in 2018. That report identified Sittingbourne as the industrial location most in demand in this borough and found there to be a significant lack of vacant floor space. And he recognised that allocations in the local plan weren't enough to meet demand, and that if the borough failed to deliver more, some occupiers would choose to relocate or expand elsewhere, whilst others would simply be unable to grow or modernise. The report addressed the specific constraints to expanding the KSP, noting that whilst it was in demand from a mix of occupiers, the lack of access limits market appeal and represents an absolute block on delivering strategic new development here. Mr. Pestel's conclusion then was that expanding the KSP required a big bang option rather than a business as usual approach, including a new junction on the M2 and completing the Northern Relief Road, which would bring significant benefits and opportunities to Sittingbourne more widely and could capture some of the industrial demand in the borough and the wider area and could deliver a possible step change in the local market. He recognised that delivering this infrastructure would require significant cross-subsidy, most likely from housing. In other words, the big bang solution that Mr. Pestle for the council identified back in 2018 was a scheme like this. Mr. Pestle went on to review and approve 2 further reports for the council in 2019 that concluded there weren't any in-principle reasons why this site wouldn't be sustainable for development of the kind that is now proposed. Suitable, misread. By 2023, when he approved an update to the 2018 report, Mr. Pestle agreed that there had been major changes in the economy which the adopted local plan didn't and couldn't anticipate. The supply of industrial land was even tighter than it had been in 2018, including in Sittingbourne, and his calculation of the borough's unmet need went up from 40 hectares to 73 hectares, a need which he thought should be met on the western side of the borough so far as possible, where it's most needed and accessible to Swales' labour force. Mr. Pestel's assessment in 2023 was, and he confirms still is, that if the application site were to come forward as part of a comprehensive mixed-use development, including the highways infrastructure, it is likely to be highly attractive to the market. He confirmed that his 2023 assessment is supportive of what this scheme proposes, including support for the aspiration of the continued expansion of the KSP Life Sciences offer. Mr. Pestel's view on R&D, research and development, changed between the publication of the 2023 review and now, when he did his evidence for this inquiry. And that was due, he said, to difficulties experienced with 2 schemes in 2 different areas, 2 different local authority areas. Discovery Park in Dover and Innovation Park in Medway. But Mr Dobson explained that neither one of them is a fair comparator because unlike the KSP, Discovery Park's in the East Kent Economic Cluster and the Innovation Park's not actually a science park, it's a former airfield which Medway is looking to take forward for mixed use development including a care home. Mr Dobson also cautioned against focusing too closely on changes to supply and demand within an individual economic cycle. He emphasised that the framework requires us to look ahead to the challenges of the future and to provide sufficient flexibility to accommodate needs not previously anticipated and to rapidly respond to changes in economic circumstances, quoting the framework. He explained that it would be completely contrary to that approach to seek to restrict growth on the basis that sites in other areas have performed poorly, or that the present position in the market cycle seen the expansion of provision in response to high demand. The Savills report provides a useful supplement to Mr Pestel's reviews in that context. It uses more up-to-date data to assess the scale and nature of demand for commercial floor space in Swale through to 2040. Mr Dobson explained that it accords with the national policy imperative to move beyond a business-as-usual approach by accounting for suppressed demand, unlike Mr Pestel's reviews that project forward past trends, and to consider not only local needs, as the employment land reviews do, but also wider opportunities as required by the framework. Now, the Council called Mr Pestel as a witness to provide a critique of the Savills report, but his criticisms ultimately go nowhere because, firstly, Mr Pestel and Mr Dobson agree that there is a need for at least a further 50 hectares of employment land here over and above that that's been allocated in the plan. And as such, even if all of Mr Pestel's criticisms were accepted and the Savills report were discounted completely, the agreed position would still be there's more than enough unmet demand here to accommodate the 34 hectares of floor space, commercial floor space that we are proposing. Secondly, because Mr Pestel said that his major concern with the Savills report relates to R&D. The Savills report is, however, the only quantitative needs assessment for R&D that's before the inquiry. The Council's not put forward another one. Savills' conclusions on R&D are, as Mr Dobson explained, entirely reasonable. If all the identified demand, 11 to 25,000 square metres, were accommodated at KSP, that would only amount to an increase in the existing floor space of 20 to 50%. The approach it takes is entirely consistent with, and indeed less aggressive than, the government's own projections in the National Industrial Strategy. And thirdly, because there is clearly active demand for a scheme of this scale in this location. Panattoni, Europe's largest developer of industrial and logistics floor space, have expressed an interest in participating in our scheme. Pioneer Group, the operator of the KSP and the UK's leading owner and operator of science parks, support this scheme, as do the existing KSP occupiers who want to grow their businesses. The proposals also have the full support of the chair of the Thames Estuary Growth Board, Ms Willard, who described it as fundamentally important to delivering growth in the estuary and the British economy. Her view being one to which Mr Pestel agreed, weight should be attached. The Chief Executive of the Kent Invicta Chamber of Commerce, Mr Price, further welcomed our scheme's ability to unlock the potential of the local economy and improve the health and wealth of future generations. Mr Fenton, the Chair of the Kent Housing and Development Group and Chief Executive of Locate in Kent, the inward investment vehicle of KCC, expressed his support in much the same terms. By any metric, the combined scheme would generate major economic benefits valued at £15.8 billion. It could accommodate in excess of 1,400 construction jobs and in excess of 5,200 jobs once operational. Mr Fenton emphasised that those are not just numbers, they represent real jobs, real livelihoods and real growth, underpinned and supported by homes that Kent needs. The scheme's delivery of 8,400 new homes would create additional spending potential in the area, would generate further opportunities for employment growth, noting, as Mr Dobson did, that housing is an integral part of the economic story since businesses considering moving into or expanding in an area want access to a good local labour market and also a supply of housing where people want to live. The scheme will, of course, as we'll come back to later, deliver much needed road infrastructure, something that Mr Dobson described as the third part of his triangle of benefit. It would deliver a vital link from the M2, not only to the KSP, but also the Eurolink estate to the north of Sittingbourne, enabling Sittingbourne and Sheerness to function as a proper economic node in the Thames Gateway, linked to current and emerging clusters in Kent and Medway. Mr Daigan gives moderate weight to the economic benefits of the combined scheme. And that is in part because he had understood Mr Pestel's 2023 Employment Land Review to have identified a list of alternative and, quote, preferable sites on which needs could be met. But Mr Pestel agreed that's a list of sites with no formal planning status, and also that it would be impossible, Mr Pestel agreed, impossible for you, Madam, or for the Secretary of State to reach even a preliminary assessment on the relative merits of any sites, of any of them, in comparison to our site. And so, Mr Pestel agreed that his evidence provides no logical basis for using the sites in the very way that Mr Daigan has used them, which is to say to downgrade the weight attributable to economic benefits of the scheme. But Mr Daigan did not revise his approach in light of Mr Pestel's evidence. He maintained his position because, in Mr Daigan's view, Mr Pestel had misunderstood the implications of his own employment land report. Mr Daigan's approach isn't only at odds with Mr Pestel's, it's also at odds with the case law on alternatives, of which he said he was unaware, because the courts have made clear that as a general proposition, the existence of an alternative site for a particular development will be relevant only in exceptional circumstances. And secondly, such circumstances will particularly arise where development of the site proposed involves conspicuous adverse effects or drawbacks which the alternative would not. And the Council has presented no evidence at all of the drawbacks of its putative alternative sites relative to the application site. There is nothing which would justify or could justify the consideration of those sites exceptionally in this case. In closing, the Council refers to paragraph 190 of the MPPF, which is the bit about national landscapes, in this context. But that's nothing to the point, because there's no employment floor space that's proposed in the national landscape. And we agree, and we'll come back to this later, that the need for a new junction to the motorway can't be met by any alternative route which avoids a national landscape. Mr Daigan confirmed that if his list of putative alternative sites were discounted, he'd give the economic benefits of the combined scheme significant weight. In addition to this confusion on alternatives, it's notable that none of the Council's witnesses expressly addressed the second question in the Secretary of State's call-in letter in their proofs. That's to say the extent to which the proposed scheme is consistent with government policies for building a strong, competitive economy, Chapter 6 of the framework. Mr Pestel said this would be something for Mr Daigan, but Mr Daigan didn't do it in his written evidence or his evidence in chief. And in his cross-examination, he said that the Council's position is there's no inconsistency with Chapter 6 of the framework. A line-by-line analysis of the scheme's consistency with Chapter 6 is provided by us in the evidence of Mr Dobson. Having rightly discounted Mr Daigan's list of potential alternatives and having taken account of the scheme's compliance with Chapter 6 of the framework, Mr Bashforth gave the combined schemes very substantial economic benefits, very substantial weight. Mr Dobson and Mr Bashforth acknowledged that the economic benefits of delivering the Northern scheme on its own are more moderate, because in that scenario, of course, the KSP is not being expanded, but there'd still be up to 158 FTE construction jobs, 126 FTE operational jobs, and the wider economic benefits associated with delivering the Northern Relief Road and reducing congestion through the Sittingbourne town centre. These benefits are not insignificant. They are valued at £1.5 billion. The next heading, market and affordable housing. This scheme will deliver more affordable homes than have been delivered in Swale in the last decade. The first question that the Secretary of State asked in her call-in letter is whether the proposals would be consistent with the government's policies for delivering a sufficient supply of homes, Chapter 5 of the framework. We agree with the Council that the answer to that question is yes. The importance of housing delivery to this government's priorities can hardly be overstated. It's set a target for 1.5 million homes over the course of this Parliament, 370,000 homes a year, and so far we're falling well short of that target by 150,000 homes in 23-24 alone. As Ms Dickinson observed, if the government's objectives are to be realised, something more than a step change will be required. The government is repeatedly signalling that an entirely different mindset is required when it comes to decision making, whereby housing's more than homes. It's critical infrastructure for our communities and for national success. The government's made clear that it will be necessary to grant more permissions for unallocated sites, and in the framework at 77 has recognised the important role that large sites have to play in all of this. Increasing housing delivery is not only a national priority. Here in the Thames Estuary, it's a local priority too. The Thames Estuary Growth Commission has identified a need for at least 1 million new homes in the estuary by 2050, 31,250 homes a year, and over the last 5 years, average delivery has been less than half of that. In Swale, the Council accepts it's unable to meet the minimum requirements in the framework to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. Its published supply is only 3.98 years. That's a shortfall of 1,119 homes. Between 2017 and 2024, average delivery was around 64% of the borough's local housing need, calculated using the new standard method. The Council's elected members have recognised that the housing shortage feels bleak, and local people have spoken to the real impact it's having on their lives. There's a particular need for more affordable housing. Over the last 9 years, the Council has acquired a cumulative shortfall of 769 affordable homes. In 23/4, there were 306 households in temporary accommodation. In Swale, 2/3 of those with children, and 1,684 households on the Council's housing register. As a result, the Council has declared itself to be in a, quote, affordable housing emergency, for which it has called on the Secretary of State to provide a solution. The Council, meanwhile, has got no up-to-date plan of its own. Its plan's more than 8 years old. The April 2022 deadline for the early review of that plan has long been missed. Mr Digan agreed that the most important policies in the plan aren't only deemed out of date through the framework, they're substantively out of date too. They're simply not designed to meet the borough's current needs for housing of over 1,000 homes a year compared to the plan's target of 776. We also agree that the new plan is not months away, it's years away. The Council adopted a new local development scheme in July, which it describes as optimistic, challenging and tight. It anticipates the publication of a reduced scope Reg 18, that was the term that Mr Digan used in his evidence, in January, February of next year, with a Reg 19 following within 5 months. That, which is to say the Reg 19, will be the first time that the Council reveals its proposed spatial strategy, its draft allocations, its housing numbers and indeed its employment numbers. And I do just note, I won't read, obviously, I haven't been reading any of the footnotes, but I do just note in this one that Councillor Speed had suggested, this is footnote 95, that the new plan will only need to make provision for 6,200 odd homes. But Mr Dygan confirmed that this does not form part of the Council's case. Rightly so, not least given that the table, this is Councillor Speed's table, had assumed that more than 7,000 units subject to extant planning consents will be deliverable by 2040, which is a proposition for which there was, of course, and is no evidence. And yet, back in the text, the Council leaves itself almost no time at all from the end of the consultation period, which is July to September, to review the responses and prepare a submission draft, which it says it's going to do by October to December. The timetable is clearly unrealistic. It could, the Council accepts, very easily be knocked off course. It assumes, of course, the Secretary of State will determine these applications well in advance of the projected date for the publication of a Reg 19 plan, because it's only once the Council has the Secretary of State's decision that the Council will determine its growth strategy and undertake the associated highways modelling, which the Council optimistically tells us will take a couple of months. Mr Wild's view is that scenario testing alone is likely to take at least 3 to 6 months. If the Council fails to get from Reg 18 to submission within a year, which given the history seems likely, it will find itself caught by the new plan making regime, and the Council acknowledges that work would then need to be redone. The problem with this status quo is not just that too few homes are being delivered. It's also that growth is not being distributed in the way that the local plan intended. The local plan directed 85% of growth here to Sittingbourne and to the Isle of Sheppey, recognising that they form part of a national priority area for regeneration. Sittingbourne is identified as the top-tier settlement, the primary urban focus for growth. The plan cautions against, quote, significant deflections of growth away from this area to other places. And yet, the Council recognises that delivery's fallen considerably short of target in Sittingbourne, whilst the more affluent area of Faversham has benefited from significantly more growth than was intended. And what's more, because the growth has been piecemeal rather than planned, the Council has become over-reliant on small sites. 90% of its pipelines made up of sites with fewer than 50 homes, and this poses real problems, we've touched on already, for affordable housing delivery. Because when small numbers of affordable homes are dissipated across an area, RPs can be reluctant to take them up, they're difficult to plan for, they're difficult to fund and to operate. The Council has reported that there are 500 affordable homes in 106 agreements that it can't find an RP to deliver. So, against that backdrop, this scheme will deliver up to 8,400 new homes, 1,250 on the north, 7,150 on the south. And I would just like to read the footnote at 102, where Mr Fenton emphasised that these homes are not just numbers on a plan, they represent real opportunity for families, key workers and first-time buyers, of course, amongst others. Realising back at 98 the government's objective of significantly boosting the supply of homes along with jobs, new jobs and infrastructure in a manner which supports the Thames Estuary Growth Board's vision for growth and the Council's objective of directing most growth to Sittingbourne. Ms Dickinson gives this benefit very substantial weight. Mr Dygan explained that he gave this benefit less weight because the Council's housing land supply is only, quote unquote, a year or so short of the minimum 5-year period required in the framework, which of course itself should be a floor and not a ceiling to delivery. Mr Dygan's approach makes little if any sense when, in his own view, this scheme won't deliver much if any housing over the 5-year period. This scheme would meet strategic needs over a much longer time horizon. They're needs which the Council has no plan to meet. It's not just about the numbers. The scheme will deliver a mix of housing sizes and types to meet specific needs, including homes for families, for older people, for people with disabilities, and with self-builders also. Ms Dickinson identifies this as a freestanding benefit, and she gives it very substantial weight. Ms Dickinson also gives very substantial weight to the scheme's delivery of 20.83% of its homes as affordable, which equates to 1,764 affordable homes. To put that number into context, this scheme will deliver more affordable homes than have been delivered in the entire borough of Swale for the last decade. 60% of the affordable homes will be social or affordable rent. 40% will be within intermediate tenures, which corresponds to the needs that are identified in the Council's most recent SHMA document, Housing Market Assessment document. The Council agrees that the scheme's base provision of affordable housing complies with local policy, which is to say DM8, and that it, which is to say the provision of affordable, should be given top-end weight in the planning balance, however that's described. The Council does not, however, accept that the upwards-only review mechanism in the Section 106 agreement should be capped at the borough's assessed level of need, quote-unquote, quoting from Part 6 of DM8, which is 27.7%. That's the assessed level of need. Instead, the Council argues that provision should be made for the development to exceed need, which is to say for affordable to go up to 40%. An argument which is unsupported by policy, unsupported by evidence, and therefore fails the necessity test for planning obligations. So, back to DM8 for the last time. Mr. Dygan agreed that the logic of Part 1 of DM8 is to match affordable housing targets on the one side to local housing market areas on the other. He agreed that. Now, unhelpfully, the policy doesn't identify what those local housing market areas are on a map. The plan, however, does identify the Sittingbourne local housing market area, and it's defined in respect of postcodes ME9 and ME10. And those are postcodes where our scheme would be located. Mr. Dygan accordingly agreed that if the reference to area in DM8 means local housing market area, then 10% applies to both schemes. And that's that. But Mr. Dygan's view is that the word area should be read as if it said subset of a local housing market area, such that the 10% target only applies if and to the extent that the schemes constitute an urban extension to Sittingbourne town. Now, as Ms Dickinson pointed out, the Council's approach to this policy is inconsistent with the wording of the policy. It ignores the actual text that's there, just above the table, that explains what the table shows. Quote, local housing market areas. It, which is to say Mr. Dygan's approach, requires words to be read into the table. For instance, reading Sittingbourne town, comma, urban extensions, as though it said Sittingbourne town, comma, urban extensions to Sittingbourne town. Or alternatively, requires the comma in this part of the policy to be ignored, i.e., for instance, reading Sittingbourne town, comma, urban extensions, as though it said Sittingbourne town urban extensions with no comma in the middle. Mr. Bashforth's view is that the scheme is, in any event, an extension to Sittingbourne town, taking account of the spatial and functional relationship between the two. Mr. Dygan, in contrast, divided the scheme up into different parts and found that only some of it would constitute an extension to Sittingbourne town. For those parts, he considered not to constitute an extension. Mr. Dygan argued that 40% target for, quote, all other rural areas must apply. There is no policy basis for disaggregating developments up in this way. And for all Mr. Dygan made of it being too complicated for reading DMA alongside another table in the plan, his approach creates a far more convoluted picture with a, quote, blended scheme-wide target that's not even in the policy or indeed the 106 agreement, that undermines the very certainty that we all agree is needed to support delivery. It also follows on Mr. Dygan's approach that a higher policy target applies here on the edge of Sittingbourne than it does in Faversham, which is at 35%, which is obviously not how the policy is supposed to work. Ms Dickinson explained that the clear purpose of the policy, the purpose is to ensure that development is not put at risk in low-value areas like Sittingbourne, whilst recognising that more affordable housing can be accommodated in higher-value areas like Faversham, as well as rural areas where the values are higher still. As such, the intention and the logic of the policy is for the 40% target to apply in those other rural areas where you've got house prices that are even higher than Faversham. It makes no sense to apply a higher target here than applies in Faversham to an area where we know that house prices here are significantly lower than they are in Faversham. The application site does not fall into one of these higher value areas. It falls into the Sittingbourne local housing market area, where values are significantly lower than Faversham, as the council's own work has established. The bar chart in the council's housing market assessment, which is reproduced in Ms Dickinson's proof, Ms Dickinson's analysis of up-to-date land registry data, inner evidence and sales values, which are agreed as inputs into the financial viability assessment, which we'll come back to. Ms Dickinson's approach also achieves a symmetry between policy, which sets targets for housing market areas defined with reference to postcodes, and the evidence on which the policy was based, which is the PBA work, Peter Brett work, having been predicated on exactly the same thing, an assessment of postcode areas. The inspector who undertook the Afton Court appeal agreed and took what we call a postcode-based approach, and for all of those reasons, the 10% target applies. In any event, Mr Dygan confirmed that even if the 40% target were applicable, that would not change the fact that the percentage of affordable in our scheme is a benefit of the highest order. That DMA is out of date, and it's out of date in a way that affects the amount of weight that you should afford to any conflict with it, if there is any conflict with it. And as Ms Dickinson emphasised, national policy is very clear that affordable housing targets should be based on need. The borough's needs, well, we know what they are. It's identified in its SHMA document. The needs are at 27.7%. The council suggestion in its closing that the 40% target, quote, reflects borough need, as they put it, is entirely unevidenced and in fact is wrong. So we accordingly invite the Secretary of State to use the blue pencil clause that there will be in the 106 to fix the review mechanism by reference to the level of need that's actually assessed, which is to say 27.7%. And I'll pause there and pass over to move on to viability and deliverability to Ms Bono.
The schemes secure the maximum viable affordable housing. Because the proposed quantum of affordable was and remains in excess of the relevant policy requirement, which we say is 10%, the applicants didn't need to submit a financial viability assessment, or FVA, alongside either application. As Ms Dickinson explained, if the affordable housing offer is policy compliant, there's, quote, no hook to get into FVA. The council's, of course, wrongly proceeded on the basis that the policy requirement is higher, 40%, and therefore requested that FVAs be prepared. The applicants instructed a highly experienced chartered surveyor and registered valuer, Mr Mitford Slade, to undertake that work. Mr Mitford Slade is the national head of development valuation at the national property firm Stretton Parker, who... Sorry, can I... Sorry about that. He explained that he's worked on hundreds of sites here over the last 25 years, which gives him a really deep understanding of the dynamics of the local market, not just in the southeast or Kent, but specifically here in Sittingbourne. The council appointed an independent expert, Mr. Orst, to review Mr. Mitford-Slade's work. Mr. Mitford-Slade explained that he's run more than 50 model scenarios and that over the course of a year, he and Mr. Orst exchanged huge amounts of data and correspondence. All that information was provided on an open book, transparent basis and subject to detailed and robust analysis by Mr. Orst on behalf of the council. The culmination of all that work was that Mr. Orst and Mr. Mitford-Slade reached agreement that the maximum viable amount of affordable housing is 11.83% in the north and 22.5% in the south. Those percentages are now of course secured by the Section 106. Ms. Dickinson explained that that's really all we need to know on viability. The sole purpose of an FVA is to enable the planning decision maker to determine whether a scheme could afford to deliver more than what's proposed. All parties to the inquiry, including KCC and indeed the 5 parishes, agree that neither scheme could afford to deliver more affordable homes. In those circumstances, it is not appropriate to use the FVA methodology to see if the development ought to be delivering less. Ms. Dickinson emphasised that it is not the role of the planning decision maker, still less the local highway authority, to tell a developer that it should be delivering less public benefit in order to achieve more private profit. KCC has presented no evidence to the contrary. Its assertion in closing that it is incumbent on a planning decision maker to test whether planning obligations can be afforded through an FVA exercise is devoid of any evidential foundation. No witness has suggested what's suggested in 21 to 23 of KCC's closing, which is that where a strategic site has not been tested through the local plan process, it's particularly important for its viability to be demonstrated at the application stage. There is no evidence or policy or guidance to support that assertion. Ms. Dickinson was taken to paragraph 5 of the viability PPG in cross-examination, but as she pointed out, that relates to plan making and not to decision taking. In the end, KCC's case consists of hyperbole, 2 of its choice words in closing being that the approach is churlish and absurd. Hyperbole, but not evidence. If the Secretary of State were nonetheless to approach these applications in the way KCC suggests, Ms. Dickinson said that the net outcome would be catastrophic in terms of delivery. If there were a requirement to show technical viability using the methodology KCC suggests, she said that none of the landmark schemes she's worked on, Battersea Power Station, the Olympic Park at Stratford, King's Cross, among many others she listed in her proof, would have been consented. Instead, she said, what the Secretary of State needs to know about costs and viability of this scheme is this. That's a quote that I'll read out. Viability evidence has been provided by the applicant and has been reviewed by a specialist independent assessor. They agree that the maximum contributions are being secured. There is inevitably an element of risk associated with a scheme of this nature and size. The approach that's been taken has followed normal practice and guidance and allows for appropriate risk-adjusted returns for the developer. The only policy test is, can you afford to deliver more? And the answer to that question is no. Under any circumstance, we can't afford to deliver more. Next, KCC's case or cases on costs and viability. In spite of all that I've just been through, the points taken by KCC primarily on costs and viability nonetheless consumed weeks of inquiry time. They arose late in the day, sometimes changing from one day to another, other times changing over the course of a single day. To start at the beginning, KCC did not suggest at any time between the applications being submitted in 2021 and called in 2024. In that window, they didn't express any concerns or request any information in relation to costs or viability. At the preliminary CMC held on the 16th of December of last year, KCC stated that it would be calling witnesses on highways, education, archaeology and prowls. It did not suggest that it'd be calling witnesses on costs or viability, or otherwise identify those as topics of concern. In its statement of case, which was dated the 17th of January, KCC explained that its case covered highways, education, archaeology, prowls and waste management. Again, no mention of costs or viability. At the pre-inquiry meeting on the 20th of January, KCC said that it'd be calling 4 witnesses, including Mr. Finch, on, quote, education and planning contributions. It said that its other 3 witnesses would cover highways, archaeology and prowls. Again, no mention of costs or viability. On the opening day of the inquiry, which was the 11th of March, KCC's stated position was that it is neutral on the merits of the proposals, while supporting the principle of the roads. Again, nothing on costs or viability. As part of a timetabling session on the 29th of April, Mr. Young, King's Counsel, indicated that KCC intended to submit evidence on viability. He suggested that the viability evidence presented by all parties, including KCC, could be dealt with in a single day. On the 7th of March, Mr. Young said that the topic of viability could potentially be dealt with by roundtable, covering only what he described as the big ticket items in what he said would be a broad brush manner. He said, "I don't think it will be going through every item in terms of costs." On the 28th of May, KCC submitted proofs of evidence from Mr. Spilsbury on viability, Mr. Birchall on road costs, and Mr. Finch on, quote, Section 106 viability matters, not to what had been suggested at the pre-inquiry meeting, education and planning contributions. Through Mr. Finch's evidence, KCC raised a concern for the first time that there might be a need for public subsidy. On the 12th of June, KCC submitted a proof of evidence from a 4th witness on costs and viability, which was Mr. Parks, long after the 28th of May deadline, without first seeking permission to submit late evidence. The costs and viability evidence occupied every sitting day between the 1st and the 24th of July of this year. The inquiry was, of course, originally timetabled to close on the 25th of July, and so, as a result of the late expansion of KCC's case, we've obviously all had to stay here into the autumn. On the 2nd of July, KCC suggested for the first time that planning permission should be refused on account of its, quote, concerns about viability, and that was through Mr. Finch's evidence-in-chief. Later that day, Mr. Finch retracted his position, confirming in cross-examination that he considered KCC's viability concern to be a matter for the wider planning balance. On the 17th of July, Mr. Young nonetheless suggested that KCC's viability concern represented what he described as a showstopper that should lead to both applications being refused. KCC reversed that position the next day when Mr. Young confirmed that KCC's viability concern was in fact not a showstopper, but rather a matter for the wider planning balance, which KCC does of course not itself seek to undertake. On the 22nd of July, after the close of KCC's evidence, Mr. Young suggested for the first time in his cross-examination of Mr. Gearing that KCC's position was that it would be, quote, beneficial to approve the northern scheme but reviews the southern scheme on account of concerns about viability linked to an idea about a risk of ransom. On the 30th of July, KCC confirmed that it was no longer pursuing those points. Its case returned to where it stood at the close of Mr. Finch's evidence on the 2nd of July, which is to say that it has concerns about the scheme's viability. In a further note submitted on the 29th of August, KCC confirmed that the scheme's overall deliverability and the weight to be given to its benefits are not matters which fall within the scope of its case, rightly and obviously so, because those are not matters on which KCC has presented any evidence. The Five Parishes case has also shifted over time. In opening, it expressed concerns about the scheme's viability, only then to submit expert evidence suggesting that both schemes were so viable that they could each support 40% affordable housing. The examination of that evidence consumed almost a full inquiry day. 2 days later, the Five Parishes chose not to put the conclusions of its expert, Mr. Gardner, to Mr. Mitford-Slade in cross-examination, and instead to align itself now with KCC. KCC's case rests on false premises and irrelevant concerns. The KCC and now 5 parishes case rests on 2 false premises. The first is that there is no material difference between 1, the cost of a KCC road scheme, the costing of a KCC road scheme in a KCC business case, and second, the cost of inputs into an FVA for roads that will be delivered by a private developer as part of a wider mixed-use scheme. That is wrong. As Mr. Birchall accepted, the 2 exercises are fundamentally different. He was right to make that concession for reasons we will come on to after the break, probably. The second premise is that there is no material difference between 1, a scheme which is technically unviable applying an FVA methodology, and second, a scheme which is undeliverable in the real world. As Ms. Dickinson explained, that assumption is fundamentally wrong, again, for reasons we'll come on to in a moment. KCC's case faces a third insurmountable problem. Even if it were appropriate to input business case type costings into an FVA, which it clearly isn't, and even if the output of that FVA could be treated as a proxy for deliverability, which it clearly can't, KCC has provided no evidence as to whether or how that would have any bearing on the question of whether planning permission should be granted for these schemes. Instead, KCC has raised a number of what it calls concerns, each of which is immaterial. First, Mr. Birchall said that KCC's biggest concern is reputational damage to KCC. That is, of course, not a material planning consideration. It's also a fear without foundation. KCC won't be delivering these roads, and Mr. Birchall accepted the risk of them not being finished and KCC then having to step in is managed through the Section 106 agreement, although he hadn't been made aware of that before he gave his evidence. He also accepted that the refusal of planning permission would itself cause reputational damage to KCC, because that would mean that the aspirations of its local transport plan would go unrealised. Second, Mr. Finch said that it would be a, quote, shame for planning permission to be granted if a Section 73 or 106A application is then later made. The unchallenged evidence of Mr. Gearing is that that's not the applicant's intention. In any event, even if hypothetically Section 73 or 106A application were made, it would be for the council in the first instance to determine it on its merits, through a separate statutory process which falls entirely outside the scope of this inquiry. For now, Mr. Finch agreed that the Secretary of State must determine the applications on the basis of what's secured by the Section 106 agreements. The suggestion in KCC's closings that it's very likely that the applicants will seek to remove the affordable housing and reduce the education contributions is therefore both inconsistent with the evidence before the inquiry and immaterial. The hypothetical possibility of a future application being made cannot count against the scheme for which permission is currently sought. And just to note there, as we do in footnote 134, that appears to be the same, if not a similar, approach taken by the Council in paragraph 45 of its closing submissions. This scheme at this stage must be assessed on its own merits. If a fresh application is made in the future for a scheme which is unmeritorious, it can and should be refused. We've also heard a lot about the Chilmington Green scheme in Ashford, with Mr. Finch acknowledging that the ongoing difficulties there are, he said, influencing the way the county is looking at this. Nonetheless, Mr. Finch confirmed that there would be no reason to give any weight to the issues with Chilmington when determining the applications before the inquiry. The schemes are fundamentally different, not least because at Chilmington, the applicant purchased the whole site, incurring significant debt and finance costs, and then experiencing serious cash flow issues when it was unable to dispose of houses or land as quickly as expected. Here, in contrast, there'll be only one land sale from the current landowners to the house builders. Also, and importantly, at Chilmington, the highway infrastructure works were off-site and were to be delivered by KCC. Here, in contrast, the master developer will deliver the roads, and the Section 106 requires it to do so before any dwellings are occupied, and also to provide appropriate security to KCC. A private sector scheme does not require a public sector business case. The case which KCC advanced in the later stages of the inquiry was that the costs for the proposed strategic road infrastructure should have been calculated in the same way that they would be for a KCC business case, which is to say through a detailed cost plan prepared by an independent cost consultant, including significant allowances for contingencies and risk. As we've already noted, it's therefore an essential premise of KCC's case that there is no material difference between 1, the costing of a KCC road scheme in a KCC business case, and second, the cost inputs into a FVA for roads that will be delivered by a private developer as part of a wider mixed-use scheme. Mr. Birchall has, however, accepted on behalf of KCC that those two exercises are, quote, fundamentally different. Rightly so. The two exercises have fundamentally different purposes. Public bodies are required to produce business cases for their projects in order to identify how much public money they need and to demonstrate that the project will represent value for money in the public interest. Private developers are not required to submit business cases with their applications for planning permission. Business cases are not planning documents. An FVA is, however, a planning document. The only witness who gave evidence on the purpose of an FVA in the planning system was Miss Dickinson. She explained that the sole purpose of an FVA is to demonstrate that to a planning decision maker that the maximum package of planning benefits, most notably affordable housing, has been secured. As such, both Miss Dickinson and Mr. Bashforth observed that if these applications were only for the roads and the commercial development with no housing, there have been no trigger for the preparation of an FVA. For the same reason, FVAs are not used to assess the viability of strategic road infrastructure. Mr. Birchall couldn't identify a single example anywhere in the country of a road scheme ever having been subject to an FVA exercise. The position KCC has taken at this inquiry is therefore completely novel, and it's also wrong. In addition to having fundamentally different purposes, the two exercises reflect fundamentally different incentives and as a result take a fundamentally different approach to contingencies and risk. Public bodies use business cases to support requests for public funding, aware, as we all are, of the varied and increasing pressures placed on the public purse. KCC tells us that here in Kent there are unprecedented funding challenges, with local services across the county having been brought to breaking point. If a public body's bid for public funding is successful, it will be allocated a specific sum of money with no guarantee of more if the costs of the project turn out to be higher than expected. Even a modest overspend might therefore result in a project stalling or failing, or if the authority is required to make up any shortfall, require cuts to important public services. Mr. Birchall confirmed that serious risk is relevant to the level of contingency which KCC applies in a business case costing exercise. In contrast, if a private developer overspends on a project, there is no risk of that private developer cutting public services. Instead, a private developer might absorb increased costs within its profit margin, which is a means of managing risk that's not available to public authorities. That's reflected in the FVA methodology. Ms. Dickinson explained that delivery risks are priced into an FVA through the developer's return, recognising, as she did, that risk sits with the developer. If large risk allowances are also applied to construction costs in FVA, as KCC has done, there will be double counting, magnified because finance costs and developer profit are then calculated as a percentage of costs. I'm not going to read it out, but footnote 137 then explains how the numbers then work in terms of that magnification. Mr. Birchall confirmed that business cases are fundamentally different to FVAs because they assume a no-profit world. The unchallenged evidence of Ms Dickinson is that whatever KCC might do when putting together a business case, there is no requirement for costs in an FVA to have been prepared on a detailed basis, assuming detailed designs and known contractor outcomes. Taking account of all of that, therefore, the KCC's attempt to combine its business case approach with an FVA exercise is, one, without precedent, and secondly, without justification. Quite remarkably, Mr Birchall confirmed that no one at KCC had actually stopped to think whether any of this was a worthwhile exercise before launching into its evidence for this inquiry. Again, the only evidence on the appropriateness of what KCC has done came from Miss Dickinson, and she was emphatic that it is fundamentally inappropriate. She concluded that KCC's assessment is, as she said, not fit for purpose and has produced false FVA outcomes which should be given no weight in the determination of these applications. More broadly, she warned that if KCC's approach were accepted here and then replicated elsewhere, that would be absolutely catastrophic, her words, in terms of its consequences for delivery. Again, that's something we've already touched on. What's gone wrong at this inquiry is that KCC has approached this scheme as though it were a KCC road scheme. It has been unable to see beyond its own model for delivery. It's assumed that, firstly, because infrastructure like this is normally publicly funded and so supported by a business case type costing exercise, that exercise should be undertaken for this scheme. And secondly, because the outcome of inputting those costings into an FVA is inevitably that the scheme is not viable, public funding must be required. KCC's position that the applicant should have requested a public subsidy is a curious one for it to take, not least given that it itself has failed to secure any public money to realise its aspirations for the delivery of this infrastructure. Aspirations being a word that Mr Birchall had accepted. Its approach, KCC's approach, ultimately runs contrary to the clear message from central government that we need to do things differently, that we need to rapidly drive up planning consents, which, as Ms Dickinson pointed out, is not something we're going to achieve by being really cautious. She said it's something that we'll do by being innovative, by taking risk, by encouraging new investment, by getting new players into the market. Ms Willard from the Growth Board also spoke to the need for new models for delivery and explained how her Growth Board could assist by convening what she described as a delivery accelerator for this scheme. In the same vein, James Scott, a founding member of one of the UK's leading master developers, Urban and Civic, has emphasised in the JCLP paper that we put in the importance of overcoming the default expectation of some authorities that what he describes as super strategic sites are just like small sites and therefore should be subject to similar certainties and controls around the manner, timing and costs of delivery. We've seen that strategic schemes like this can provide benefits that a patchwork of smaller schemes cannot. Strategic GI, solutions to pre-existing highways problems, on-site schools and GP surgeries, affordable housing in concentrations that RPs can actually take up, but they're also inevitably more expensive and complex to deliver. Rather than ignoring those differences and creating what Mr Scott described as a doom spiral of recrimination and caution, we need to adapt traditional thinking and favour flexibility over prophecy. We've seen similar themes run through the socioeconomic evidence that we've just been through, particularly the need to leave behind what's described as a business as usual mentality, and also the transport evidence, which we'll come on to later, where the new vision-led approach is captured in the maxim, if you always do what you've always done, then you'll always get what you've always got. And so, whilst KCC's instinct might be that infrastructure like this should be publicly funded, and if there is no public funding, then it just won't be delivered, the reality is that the applicants are doing exactly what government tells us the private sector should be doing, stepping up, assuming risk, and finding new ways to deliver much-needed public infrastructure. That might be a good time for a break.
All right, thank you very much indeed. So I think we'll have a break Been going an hour and a half. We'll have a break for 20 minutes until 20 past 11. Thank you. Sorry to resume, and we're going to carry on with the applicant's closings. Who's reading this bit? You're carrying on, Mr. Buono? Okay.
Thank you. So picking up at the top of page 54, the KCC costings are not robust. For all the reasons that we went through before the break, our primary position is that there is no planning justification for considering whether the infrastructure costs in the FVA are too low. The costs inputted into the FVA are, in any event, robust. Mr. Gearing explained that they are the product of many years of work by the Quinn in-house technical team, which includes quantity surveyors and a civil engineer, drawing on Quinn's extensive experience of delivering schemes across Kent over the last 25 years. As part of this process, Quinn also engaged with large contractors with experience of delivering strategic road infrastructure, Volker Fitzpatrick and Brahini. More recently, Quinn engaged Jackson Civil Engineering to cost the revised drawings for Junction 5A. When KCC raised its, quote, concerns on costs, Quinn asked Jackson's to cost all the strategic road infrastructure, assuming that that would satisfy KCC, given that they, Jackson's, are a KCC-appointed contractor. See the list of major KCC schemes Jackson's have delivered in the appendices to Mr. Gearing's first rebuttal. Mr. Mitford Slade then undertook a series of sensitivity tests using the Jackson's costings, which confirmed that the scheme is viable with the proposed blended rate of 20.83% of affordable housing. Mr. Parks agreed that there is, quote, value in early contractor involvement in a costing exercise like this, because, in his words, they, the contractors, have the experience of building things which can, he accepted, help to de-risk the scheme and result in a cost plan which is more accurate. Jackson's have more than 35 years' experience and employ the full range of relevant professionals: engineers, project managers, programmers, quantity surveyors and estimators. Rather than asking to see the Jackson's costings, KCC instead instructed Mr. Parks to produce a rival cost plan, which first doesn't cost the scheme that's before the inquiry, secondly fails to apply appropriate caution to the illustrative highways drawings, and thirdly fails to take account of considerable body of relevant material. That was all accepted by Mr. Parks himself. Mr. Parks explained that he was instructed to cost the Northern Relief Road, the Southern Relief Road and Junction 5A as a separate independent scheme, despite knowing that that's not the scheme for which planning permission is being sought. He accepted that his costings may therefore be too high because, as he put it, there may be crossovers and so possible cost reductions, where, as here, roads are brought forward as part of a wider scheme of mixed-use development. National Highways were, in contrast, fully alive to this issue. Mr. Peters recognised that Mr. Parks had costed the junction in isolation and that there would be a cost reduction in the real world. He gave as an example that Mr. Parks assumed that there would be a site office just for the junction works, whereas in reality one office could serve the whole site. Mr. Parks repeatedly emphasised that he had costed the highways drawings as presented to him by KCC, but as Mr. Wild explained, those drawings firstly show a concept scheme which is illustrative and not for determination. Secondly, adopt onerous design standards in order to provide a worst case assessment for planning purposes and to demonstrate engineering deliverability. Thirdly, have not yet been through a process of value engineering or design refinement which would bring costs down. And lastly, and critically, were not designed to inform an FVA exercise, and if used for that purpose, must be approached with, they agreed, considerable caution. Mr. Parks, as I say, confirmed that he agreed with all of that, and just pausing there to note that in footnote 145, we respond to the suggestion in KCC's closings that the drawings don't represent a worst-case scenario. That's obviously on the basis of Mr. Parks's agreement, inconsistent with KCC's own evidence to the inquiry. The point was also not put to Mr. Wild by KCC for his comment, if they wish to make that point, and it is, in any event, wrong. As Mr. Wild explained and Mr. Parks agreed, the drawings adopt onerous design standards in order to provide a worst case assessment. So picking back up at the top of the page, so having agreed, Mr. Parks having confirmed that he agrees with Mr. Wild on all those points, he nonetheless didn't exercise any caution when producing his estimates. He simply priced up the drawings without thinking about what's actually likely to be built. Mr. Parks not only ignored the rest of the application scheme, but also the rest of the application documents, and he didn't seek any input from an engineer, designer, programmer, materials manager, ecologist, or any other relevant expert to assist him in understanding what the application documents show. In his evidence in chief, he complained that no soil information was available, despite detailed geotechnical assessments having been available on the council's and the inquiry websites. He confirmed that he hadn't looked at those assessments and that they might show that costs will be lower than his estimate. He also made a risk allowance for, amongst other matters, ecological works, but had not, he admitted, looked at any of the ecological material before the inquiry. And he said that his approach to risk was justified, at least in part, because not enough cross-sections of the roads had been provided, despite the applicants having provided KCC with access to a 3D model many months before he gave his evidence, from which any number of cross-sections could have been taken. Mr. Parks' belated claim that there were gaps in that model was unsubstantiated. Indeed, he couldn't say what or where the alleged gaps were. In any event, Mr. Parks confirmed that there are only 4 big hitting items between his and the Jacksons' estimates, and if those matters were resolved, they'd be awfully close. The first of those 4 items is prelims or preliminaries, on which Mr. Parks' estimate is based on an anticipated programme length of 104 weeks for Junction 5A and 216 weeks for the Northern and Southern Relief Roads. He confirmed that he came up with those numbers without having taken any advice from an expert programmer or engineer as to what the works will involve or how long they're likely to take. Instead, Mr. Parks based his assessment on 2 KCC road schemes, Sturry Link Road and the Grovehurst Road Junction, which are not appropriate comparators. They're both publicly funded road schemes which do not include any wider mixed-use development, and they've both been plagued by scheme-specific issues. There is no evidence that they are comparable to the highway infrastructure which is before this inquiry, as Mr. Parks accepted. Mr. Parks confirmed that he had not benchmarked his estimate for prelims as a percentage of construction costs against any private sector scheme. With the benefit of specialist input from Mr. Wild and the Quinn team, Jackson's assessment shows that the KCC prelims estimate is more than £20 million too high. The second of the big 4 items is earthworks, on which Mr. Parks made no allowance for the use of borrow pits to obtain material and deposit surplus fill, because he was instructed to assume, as we've said, that the highways infrastructure would come forward without the rest of the scheme. He confirmed that if he'd been asked to look at the scheme as a whole, his cost estimate for earthworks would have been lower. He asserted that there might be some dilution of this cost saving because the applicants are required to deliver the infrastructure before the houses are occupied, but he confirmed that he'd not actually looked at the delivery programme to see whether some housing will be constructed, even if not occupied, before the roads, alongside the roads, which is what is intended to happen. Even if a conservative approach is taken to this cost saving, KCC's estimate for earthworks is £16.7 million too high. The third of the big 4 items is structures, on which Mr. Parks confirmed that he made no allowance for the process of value engineering, which will be undertaken after the grant of consent. In particular, his estimate doesn't allow for the surface water flow path near Highsted Road to be dealt with by culverting rather than a bridge. He explained that he'd assumed without instructions this culverted solution would be unacceptable to KCC, but KCC confirmed that assumption that it'd be unacceptable was incorrect. As a result, Mr. Parks accepted that his estimate for structures is too high, although he couldn't say by how much. By Jackson's estimate, KCC's figure for special structures is more than £18.2 million too high. The fourth and by far the largest item between us is contingencies and risk, which come close to £100 million in KCC's cost plan, and that's compared to £30 million in the Jackson's plan. Mr. Parks confirmed that there is, quote, no specific rationale for any of the 3 risk allowances he applied. No specific rationale for the 10% construction contingency, which he increased from 5% in his first cost plan. No specific rationale for the 15% project risk allowance, which he increased from 10% in the first cost plan, and no specific rationale for the 10% scope risk. A third of those allowances was labelled optimism bias in the first version of the KCC cost plan, that being a phrase that's lifted from HMT's Green Book. Mr. Parks and Mr. Birchall accepted that it was inappropriate to include such a risk allowance in a cost plan for a scheme which is not publicly funded. They did not, however, remove that third risk allowance from the final KCC cost plan. Instead, they rebranded it as scope risk. There is no evidence of any analytical difference between those two things, scope risk and optimism bias, and that's something Mr. Parks accepted. Mr. Parks went on to apply his project risk allowance on top of the construction contingency and the scope risk allowance on top of both the project risk allowance and the construction contingency. In other words, he layered contingency on contingency on contingency, which is fundamentally inappropriate in an FVA context. As we've already been through, it's important to remember that this is not a public sector project supported by a public sector business case. The approach to risk which is taken in that context cannot properly be transplanted here. In an FVA, risk is priced in through the developer's return. In Mr. Spilsbury's appraisal on behalf of KCC, this cost exceeds £180 million. This provides a significant cushion which the master developer might dip into if construction costs were to turn out to be higher than expected. Acknowledging this does not, as KCC suggested, entail a departure from the agreed return in the viability statement of common ground. Ms. Dickinson explained that an FVA provides a snapshot in time based on standardised inputs. It doesn't reveal or constrain what will happen in the real world. For the same reason, KCC was wrong to suggest that a developer would walk away if their return fell below the return inputted into an FVA. Ms. Dickinson explained that in her experience, no funder or investor or master developer or house builder would use an FVA to decide whether to proceed with the scheme. They use, she said, completely different metrics. It also follows that KCC was wrong to suggest that the applicant should have provided copies of any promotion or option agreements it's entered into, or otherwise identify the minimum return it would be prepared to accept. That information is obviously commercially sensitive and it's irrelevant to the FVA exercise, which, as Ms. Dickinson explained, must be based on standardised inputs and not actual prices or actual returns. Less profit is not, in any event, the only possible consequence of costs turning out to be higher than expected. An increase in construction costs might be offset by an increase in values or by a decrease in costs in other areas. A developer might also be willing to make less profit in the early phases of a project in the hope of making more later on. Mr. Gearing emphasised that this is a long-term project with no guarantee or expectation that the same return will be realised each year. To reiterate, our primary position is that there is no planning justification for considering a detailed costing exercise of the kind undertaken by either Jackson's or Mr. Parks. But clearly, if you were to disagree with us, the Jackson's cost should be preferred. National Highways are content to proceed on that basis, confirming in closing that Jackson's costs for the junction, that should say, are realistic, and that there are no obvious reasons why Junction 5A is not deliverable. Once Mr. Parks' estimates are properly discounted, there is no evidence that the scheme is unviable, still less undeliverable. I'm not going to read it out, but I just note there that footnote 156, which is the very long one at the bottom of this page, provides a response to some of Mr. Spilsbury's other points, which don't go to his overall conclusion, and note in particular that point 3 in that list deals with the cash flow issue that was repeated in Kent's closings. Over the page. Deliverability is not a material planning consideration in this case. If the Secretary of State were to decide that Mr. Park's costs should be inputted into an FVA, and that's what Mr. Spilsbury was instructed to do, he would still be left with what's been referred to as the so what question at the inquiry. If Mr. Spilsbury is right and the scheme is unviable, so what? Where does that go? Ms Dickinson made clear that there is no requirement for a scheme to be technically viable at the time permission is granted. That is now a matter of common ground insofar as KCC accepts that there is no viability showstopper. In other words, even if Mr. Spilsbury's evidence is accepted in its entirety, Kent accepts that that would not provide a freestanding reason to refuse consent. The height of KCC's case is that it has a concern that the scheme will not be delivered because Mr. Spilsbury's evidence is that it is unviable. There is a fundamental flaw in that logic. KCC has wrongly assumed that the concepts of viability and deliverability are interchangeable. The unchallenged evidence of Ms Dickinson is that they are not. Many unviable schemes are deliverable and indeed delivered in the real world. Critically, there is no evidence that this scheme, even if technically unviable, would be undeliverable. KCC has presented no evidence on that topic and indeed has confirmed that overall deliverability is a matter in which it now does not involve itself. There is also no evidence to support the idea that even if there were real obstacles to the scheme's delivery that would have any bearing that the idea of real obstacles would have any bearing on the question of whether it should be granted planning permission. The only witnesses to address that issue were Mr. Dygan and Mr. Bashforth. They both proceeded on the basis that deliverability has no bearing on the planning analysis in this case. Their approach is consistent with the recent Wimbledon judgment, in which the High Court confirmed the following points. First, there is no rule of law that deliverability will always be a material consideration, even if the obstacles to implementation are, as the court suggested, apparently insuperable. The decision maker is required to assess the land use planning acceptability of the proposal, testing both the benefits and the harms as they are proposed to be delivered. Where it's alleged that there are intractable obstacles to a scheme's delivery, the decision maker is entitled to determine whether the development would be acceptable in land use terms on the assumption that it will come forward at some point. Adopting that assumption, it would then be illogical to modify the weight to be given to the benefits simply on the basis that it's alleged that the development cannot take place. There may be cases where, contrary to the ordinary position, a developer finds There may be cases where, contrary to the ordinary position, a decision maker finds deliverability to be relevant as a matter of planning judgment. For example, these are examples the court gives, if there are two competing sites on which a particular need could be met, it may be relevant if one of them faces implementation difficulties. Another example is where the need is time sensitive, as in the Holocaust Memorial case, where deliverability was found to be relevant due to the weight placed by the decision maker on the importance of the need to deliver the memorial within the lifetime of the Holocaust survivors. In the Wimbledon case, the High Court held that GLA officers had properly concluded that deliverability was not relevant. The impediments to delivery in that case were that part of the site was subject to restrictive covenants, which required it to be kept open and free from built development, and was presumed to be subject to a statutory trust, requiring it to be kept available for public recreational use. Mr. Bashforth explained why deliverability is immaterial in this case. He noted that there's no local or national policy which requires the decision maker to consider deliverability, and he emphasised that if the scheme is not commenced, there will be no harm and also no benefit. And he added that any risks associated with partial implementation are appropriately managed through the Section 106 agreements. Mr. Bashforth concluded that, unlike in, for example, the Holocaust Memorial case, there is nothing in this case which gives rise to a need to consider deliverability. Neither KCC nor the 5 parishes presented any evidence to the contrary. Nonetheless, in closing, the 5 parishes suggested for the first time that there are 3 reasons why, on the particular facts of this case, deliverability is material in, quote, is material as a matter of planning judgment. That's the way they framed that issue in closing. Although presented as a submission, this is necessarily, as a matter of planning judgment, late evidence. It's plainly also misconceived. It does not provide a coherent analysis as to why this scheme is time sensitive in a manner akin to, for example, the Holocaust Memorial scheme. Taking each of the 5 parishes' points in turn. First, the local plan process does not make this scheme time sensitive. That process is contingent on whether the Secretary of State decides to grant planning permission for this scheme, not on whether or when the scheme's delivered. Second, nobody has suggested that this scheme is time sensitive because it will or ought to resolve the borough's affordable housing emergency in the short term. The significant upfront infrastructure and the scale of the overall scheme means that even if permission is granted, it'll be delivered not over months or even years, but decades. That's inevitable for a strategic scheme like this. This is not a scheme predicated on short-term delivery. Similarly, it has never been suggested that this scheme will be a, quote, silver bullet for either the Council's 5-year housing land supply or the government's 1.5 million home target. Ms Dickinson and Mr Bashforth made clear that they did not base their attribution of weight to the scheme's delivery of market and affordable homes on the potential for some of those homes to be delivered within 5 years. Again, this is not a scheme predicated on short-term delivery. In the end, neither KCC nor the 5 parishes have presented any evidence that there is a planning reason for departing from the ordinary position that deliverability is not material to the question of whether planning permission should be granted or refused. Absent any justification for departing from it, the ordinary position prevails. In short, despite occupying weeks of inquiry time, KCC's concerns about highways costs are completely irrelevant to the question with which the Secretary of State is concerned. Indeed, it's notable that in closing, KCC made no mention of the Wimbledon case, or indeed any other case law on the materiality of deliverability as a planning consideration. It adopted no planning position, although that's unsurprising given that it presented no planning evidence. It provides no analysis of the Section 106 agreements and the security they provide for KCC, and also provide no explanation as to why its witnesses were not made aware of this before they gave evidence. KCC gives no consideration to the fundamental differences between public sector business plans and FVAs, as, for example, as regards profit. The closings give no consideration to the purpose of an FVA, which is to test the maximum viable package of benefits, to test whether that package has been secured. And that's despite Ms Dickinson having given detailed evidence on this issue and Mr Birchall having accepted that he has literally no idea how an FVA works. KCC's closings also make no reference to the reputational damage to KCC, which Mr Birchall said was KCC's biggest concern. Provides no explanation as to why Mr Parks was provided with incomplete information and instructed to pretend the road infrastructure will come forward in isolation. And it provides no explanation as to why Mr Parks adopted 3 contingencies risk allowances, which had, on his own case, no specific rationale. KCC's ultimate position in closing is that, and I'm taking this directly from their closings, if the Secretary of State does decide to grant planning permission, it is imperative it is only granted with a firm understanding that all Section 106 contributions are paid and the Southern Relief Road and Junction 5A is opened before there are any occupations. On that, we agree. There is no suggestion that planning permission should be granted without the Section 106 agreements. We agree, as KCC appears to concede there, that what matters is what's secured by the Section 106 agreements. And we note again that it's unfortunate that KCC's witnesses were not made aware of the contents of those agreements at the time of giving their evidence. Still, KCC maintains it has concerns. That may be so, but this inquiry was not convened as a forum for discussion of any and all concerns about the application schemes. It is not a town hall meeting. Its purpose is limited by statute to the question of whether the proposed development accords with the development plan, and if not, whether there are any other material considerations which justify the grant of planning permission. For the same reason, we'd invite the Secretary of State to exercise real caution in responding to Mr. Dygan's request for the Secretary of State to give his view as to the deliverability and viability of the sites in order to help the Council avoid potential problems which might arise in the context of its plan-making exercise. To reiterate, so far as the determination of these applications is concerned, the Council told us that it takes no point on deliverability one way or the other. The only challenge to deliverability in this case comes from KCC, with which the 5 parishes align themselves. That challenge is predicated exclusively on the contention that the scheme is not viable. The Council's position, meanwhile, is that the scheme is viable. As such, Mr. Dygan confirmed that the Council's position is that, to the extent viability is material, it's supportive of the applicant's case, and that's because the applicants and the Council's consultants have reached agreement. He confirmed that in his planning analysis, he doesn't take any point in relation to the scheme's prospects for delivery. Indeed, he confirmed that he places no weight on deliverability as a material consideration in his planning balance, one way or the other. He confirmed that he expresses no view as to whether the FVA exercise undertaken by KCC is appropriate, and indeed that he did not have regard to KCC's evidence on costs of viability when striking his planning balance. As such, although he has a concern that if these schemes are consented but turn out to be undeliverable, that could render the Council's next plan, if one ever emerges, dysfunctional, he confirmed that that is not something he gives weight to in his planning analysis. In fact, he agreed that the Council's future local plan is not a material consideration in terms of determining these applications. The Council's suggestion in closing that this is a case where deliverability might be said to be relevant is therefore not supported by Mr. Dygan's evidence. In other words, whoever this statement might be said by, it was not said by Mr. Dygan or indeed any other witness. For the avoidance of doubt, we don't suggest that deliverability is incapable of being a material consideration in any case, and that should be obvious from our summary of the Wimbledon judgment that we've just been through. Our point's a different one, and it's that the Council has presented no evidence that, as a matter of planning judgment, deliverability is material on the particular facts of this case. Quite the opposite. Mr. Dygan confirmed that he placed no weight on deliverability in his planning analysis. It's not therefore open to the Council now to identify reasons why a different planning judgment might be reached. If the Council wanted to make the points in paragraphs 40 to 45 of its closing submissions, it should have introduced them through its evidence so that it could be fairly tested and responded to. In any event, the Council's point on time sensitivity is misconceived for the same reason as the 5 parishes. This is not a scheme predicated on short-term delivery. The Council's point on hypothetical alternatives is misconceived for the same reasons that we went through in the socio-economic section of these closings. There is no basis on which the Secretary of State could compare the relative merits of this site to hypothetical alternatives which might come forward in the future. Still less could he properly treat hypothetical impacts on those hypothetical alternatives as a factor which weighs against this scheme. The Council asserts finally that delay which might be caused to the local plan process is a planning harm. No witness has identified that as a harm which weighs in the planning balance or identified how much weight it should attract. Describing something in general terms as a planning harm is not the same as saying it is something that should be factored into the Section 38.6 exercise. We're left then with Mr Dygan's more general request that the Secretary of State give his view as to the deliverability and viability of the sites in order to help the Council avoid potential problems which might arise in the context of its next plan-making exercise. There are good reasons why the Secretary of State should limit his decision letter to matters relevant to the decision at hand. That's to say the question of whether planning permission should be granted or refused. And in consequence of that, refuse this request by Mr Dygan for comment on extraneous matters. No party has presented evidence that deliverability affects the planning merits of the proposals, and there being no such evidence, the applicants haven't had opportunity to test or respond to it. The Secretary of State, maybe I should add there, to test or respond to it through planning evidence. So we are responding now. The Secretary of State might be inclined to send a clear message that call-in inquiries should not be used as a vehicle for asking him to adjudicate on matters which are not material to the planning merits of the proposed development, particularly where, as happened here, the issues required detailed consideration of a large body of technical evidence and as a result delayed in the close of the inquiry and therefore any decision by a number of months at considerable expense to all participants, including those which are publicly funded. The question of how these schemes, if consented, should be dealt with in the Council's next local plan can then be left to that separate statutory process if and when it ever gets off the ground.
We turn next then to transport. Firstly, it is agreed that the scheme will fulfil a long identified strategic need for critical infrastructure in Kent. We end this inquiry with all highways matters resolved to the satisfaction of the local highway authority, National Highways and the Council. More than that, the local planning and highways authorities support the principle of both the northern and the southern relief roads. They recognise that the northern road has been a long-standing commitment in Kent's local transport plan and agree that its completion would be beneficial and necessary for accommodating development in this area. They agree that the delivery of the southern road and the new M2 junction would fulfil the identified strategic need for this critical piece of new infrastructure to support economic growth, and National Highways agrees that there is a clear justification and strategic need for a new junction if the proposed development comes forward. We also agree with National Highways and with the Council that a number of benefits would arise due to the introduction of a new connection to the M2, principally relating to the reduction of interaction between the M2 and existing junctions and the use of the A249. The new connection would also provide increased network resilience by providing an additional route to the Swale Peninsula. We agree that there is currently no alternative mechanism for delivering this infrastructure if these applications are refused. Mr Dygan agreed that if the Southern Relief Road's to be delivered, it will need to be accompanied by a sufficient quantum of revenue-generating development to fund it. And necessarily, he agreed, that's going to be on land that is not allocated in the local plan. We agree with National Highways, with Kent and with Swale that the transport assessments for both applications follow an appropriate methodology, including the use of appropriate reference case and a development scenario, more of which later. And ultimately, we agree with National Highways, Kent and the Council that both schemes comply with the highways policies in the development plan and also in the MPPF. It has taken many years to reach that point of agreement. The Northern Relief Road has been embedded in policy since 1996 in the Kent Structure Plan, with land safeguarded for its delivery through the Council's previous local plan, which had been adopted in 2008. In 2010, Kent identified both the completion of the Northern Relief Road and the expansion of the Science Park with possible new link to the motorway south and A2 north as projects necessary to accommodate the level of economic growth and regeneration planned for Kent. That was back in 2010. Mr. Wilde explained that that aspiration was crystallised in the Kent's fourth local transport plan, LTP4. That was in 2017, and it was restated last year in the fifth transport plan, LTP5. Now, when Swale adopted its current local plan, which was in July of 2017, it resolved to welcome Kent, quote, to secure funding for both the southern and northern relief roads. The local plan itself safeguards an area of search for the completion of the northern road, policy AS1, and acknowledges that plans for a southern road might, in the future, be progressed. The local plan was never intended to provide the last word on this issue. As Mr. Wilde explained, at the time of its examination, there was an evidence deficit, which led to a holistic strategy deficit in the plan. The examining inspector recognised that the council had failed to provide details of highways infrastructure required to support the plan development after the first 5 years of the plan period, and so concluded it would only be capable of adoption with a commitment to an early review. From the outset of that review process, Highways England, now National Highways, made clear to Swale that any option it took forward would, in all probability, require both the completion of the Northern Road and the delivery of the Southern Relief Road. The Council's external advisors, Peter Brett, recognised that completing the Northern Road and delivering the Southern could be a game changer, providing the greatest potential improvement to the network for the whole borough and especially Sittingbourne, enabling sites to the south and east of Sittingbourne as well as Kent Science Park and Eurolink to be unlocked. Nonetheless, following a change in political control in 2019, the full council here resolved that the Southern Relief Road was not a strategic objective if its delivery were dependent on house building and or commercial development for its funding. But of course no alternative funding mechanism had or has been found. The council went on to publish a Reg 19 plan in February of 2021 without any transport evidence to support its new strategy. When transport modelling was later undertaken, officers recognised then that there would need to be a view taken as to whether the level of proposed development cannot be accommodated on the proposed approach. The Reg 19 was abandoned, and as we know, the plan-making process stalled. The deadline for the early review came and went. In the intervening years, the applicants have undertaken extensive technical work, which has been subject to, as National Highways put it, a forensic and detailed iterative process of review. And that's the process that's resulted in an agreed position that, in answer to the third question of the Secretary of State's call-in letter, yes, the proposals are fully consistent with Chapter 9 of the framework. Mr. Bamber did not address any of that in his evidence. He said that he had no view, one way or the other, as to whether there's a strategic need for the Northern Relief Road and or the Southern Relief Road, and that only limited weight, or even very limited weight, should be given to the statutory highways authorities' views. Mr. Bamber's assessment is accordingly at odds with the case law, and the case law expects decision makers to give great weight or considerable weight to the views of statutory consultees, and to only depart from the views of statutory consultees if there are, quote, cogent and compelling reasons for doing so. Well, there are no reasons here. It is not only the local planning and highways authorities that recognise the need for this infrastructure. We've seen that local people and occupiers of the science park do too. As Mr. Wilde emphasised, the applications respond to problems that have been reported for over a decade. They provide a solution that balances the need for new infrastructure with sustainable transport interventions in a manner which is, in the language of national policy, vision-led. The proposals are highly sustainable and vision-led. One of the significant changes made to the framework at the end of last year was to require, for the first time, a vision-led approach to transport planning. And that means that the old predict and provide approach should no longer be followed, and that we should be setting outcomes and providing the transport solutions to deliver those outcomes instead. See the definition of vision-led in the glossary to the framework. Mr. Bamber agreed that this represents a paradigm shift in national policy, one that he had failed to mention, let alone engage with, in his proof of evidence. Mr. Wilde explained that whilst the policy requirements new, the concept that underpins it is not, and he noted it's long been recognised by transport professionals and by academics that the old predict and provide approach has failed, and that it's necessary to take a new direction to ensure we make the best use of finite natural and financial resources available to us. Vision-led, he emphasised, is an umbrella term. It requires us to abandon the old rear-view mirror approach and predictive mindset and instead look to the future, to what we want to achieve and not to be limited by the past. It also entails being more transparent about uncertainty, acknowledging that we can't be certain of everything which will change in the future, and accepting that constraint will play a key role in achieving modal shift. These ideas shaped our proposals from the outset, promoting, encouraging, supporting sustainable travel and encouraging innovation and transport technology are recorded as overarching objectives in the Sustainable Transport Strategy, in the TA, in the Transport Assessment. The Design and Access Statement puts sustainability at the heart of its vision for the scheme, which is then given expression in a series of spatial planning principles, 7 of which relate to connectivity and transport. We set out some of them in the footnote. Mr. Bamber accepted, in light of this material, that the scheme's designers had thought about sustainable transport issues from the earliest stages, which is exactly what national policy requires, contrary to what he'd actually said in his evidence. Having made that concession, Mr. Bamber went on to suggest that there was, quote, no evidence that the physical structure of this development has been informed by these aspirations. Again, wrong. As a matter of fact, Mr. Wilde explained how sustainability was baked into rather than bolted onto the scheme's design. It informed, for instance, the distribution of land uses across the site, including the location of the schools, the inclusion of local centres within the villages. Each village constitutes a walkable neighbourhood. Mr. Bamber accepted that, with the independent panel of design, transport and planning experts who reviewed the scheme between 2018 and 2020, having supported the approach of creating distinct, smaller settlements across the site, connected by a movement corridor, although Mr. Bamber said he'd not reviewed any of that. Mr. Wilde explained why, contrary to what was suggested by Mr. Bamber and by Mr. Weaver, rearranging the scheme into a single mass of development would not improve its walkability. The National Design Guide recognises that well-designed places have compact forms of development that are walkable, defined to mean local facilities within 800 metres. As such, in a larger settlement, a greater range of services might be within an acceptable walking distance, say 2 kilometres, but that doesn't mean the settlement's a walkable neighbourhood. The key, Mr. Wilde emphasised, is to create a series of smaller places where, for day-to-day activities like going out to buy a pint of milk, walking is just the default. And in this scheme, walkable neighbourhoods are connected to one another and to Sittingbourne through a sustainable movement corridor which achieves the best of both worlds. The result is a high rate of trip internalisation. Mr. Wilde explained that whilst a 100-unit scheme with no on-site provision will have an imperceptible amount of internalisation in the peak hour, 63% of headline person trips will be internal to this scheme. Mr. Bamber criticised that mode share assumptions, which were applied to external trips, on the basis that they don't correspond with census data from 2011. In his view, the design and assessment of our scheme, of new development proposals, must be founded on knowledge of the past, because the past tells us what has been achieved and what can be achieved. So he thought it reasonable to assume that 4% of trips from this scheme in Sittingbourne will be by bike, because in 2011, the census records 4% of journeys to work as being by bike. as Mr. Wilde noted, that is the very antithesis of the forward-looking vision-led approach that's actually required by national policy. The whole point is that we're no longer supposed to be using data on past behaviour to predict future trends. As Trix recognises, we must not let our past approach constrain how we approach shaping the future going forward, because, as Henry Ford put it, if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. That is not to say, as Mr. Bamber suggested, that Mr. Wilde's evidence isn't evidence-based. Mr. Wilde explained that... Sorry?
Mr. Wilde's assessment.
Sorry. What did I say? Evidence. Sorry. Thank you. That isn't too many evidences in that. That is not to say, as Mr. Bamber suggested, that Mr. Wilde's assessment is not evidence-based. Mr. Wilde explained that whilst slavish adherence to historical data wouldn't be appropriate, he did make use of the census data whilst recognising its limitations and sought to ensure that the scheme's vision was not so optimistic as to be unachievable. Mr. Wilde emphasised that on a vision-led approach, the evidence base includes the measures designed to achieve the scheme's vision, including the master plan, internal transport infrastructure, and wider interventions, and that the process of evidence gathering does not end with the grant of consent. Unlike the old predict and provide approach, Monitor and Manage now provides a framework for developers and authorities to collect and respond to evidence of what actually happens once a scheme is built. This was also explained by Mr. Howell on behalf of National Highways, who said that the transport assessment is vision-based. We, which is to say National Highways, support that vision and are more interested in the mechanisms to achieve that vision rather than the evidence that sits behind it. Nonetheless, Mr. Bamber put forward a whole list of reasons why he does not predict this scheme will do better, quote, than the 2011 census data, even if that were an appropriate way of looking at the scheme, which on a vision-led approach it clearly isn't. The scheme has huge potential to encourage a shift to sustainable transport modes. Each village has been designed as a walkable neighbourhood connected by a sustainable movement corridor, which includes a high-quality, segregated pedestrian facility along its entire length. Mr. Bamber agreed that the provision which has been made for pedestrians along the southern relief road is safe and acceptable, and therefore there's no issue there under paragraph 116 of the framework. But nonetheless asserted that the southern relief road would have a severance effect. And he based that conclusion on an assumption that the southern relief road would be a relatively high-speed dual carriageway or single carriageway plus designated busway through the centre of both Highsted and Oakwood villages. Do just note, we're not going to read it all out, but there's a lot of debate on its status as a busway or not, and we cover that debate in footnote 209. Through the centre of both Highsted and Oakwood villages, despite the road mostly being a single carriageway road subject to a 30 or 40 mile an hour speed limit. Unlike Mr. Bamber, the independent design review panel did not regard the concept of routing the southern relief road through villages as fundamentally inappropriate. In fact, they suggested that placing the relief road through the centre of the settlement, possibly as a boulevard, should be explored, and their recommendations were taken on board, and a boulevard arrangement is exactly what we're doing just south of the A2. See Mr. Wilde's evidence. The northern section of the southern relief road through Oakwood Village is presented as a wide parkland corridor with carriages separated by a large landscaped buffer, meaning that active travel users can cross over relatively short sections of carriageway. A 30 mile an hour speed limit and signalised crossing facilities are also proposed, as Mr. Wilde explained. This road will be comparatively easy to cross. Mr. Wilde also pointed out that if the relief roads were separated from the rest of the scheme, and that's what Mr. Bamber thinks they should be, there'd be no visibility or cognizance of other modes, because behaviour can be changed simply by making people aware of the alternatives. It is a benefit that the Sustainable Movement Corridor allows drivers to see high-quality pedestrian, cycle and bus facilities running right alongside the road. Mr. Bamber confirmed that he does not consider the area to be, quote, fundamentally unsuitable for cycling, that residents of the Northern Scheme would have appropriate cycle access to Tenham Station, that in the combined scheme, the residential areas are within acceptable cycling distances of Sittingbourne and Tenham train stations, and that there's obviously merit, he thought, in the proposed upgrades to cycling facilities along the A2. He also agreed that the high-speed rail link provides access to a world-class range of services, facilities and employment opportunities of all kinds. He agreed that both Sittingbourne and Tenham Station provides the genuine choice of transport modes in the language of the framework, subject to the caveat that he doesn't think that the stations are reasonably accessible by sustainable modes from our scheme. Mr. Wilde emphasised that simply cannot be reconciled with the conditions on the ground. In addition, a financial contribution of £11 million towards bus services has been agreed with Kent. Mr. Bamber confirmed he's content with the parameters that have been set for future bus provision, and despite criticising the illustrative routes which show services to Sittingbourne Station largely on bus-specific infrastructure and completely avoiding the A2, he, Mr. Bamber, acknowledged that detailed matters of routing and timetabling will be for Kent to determine only after the grant of consent. Mr. Dygan confirmed that the Council's position is that both schemes will be well supported by services and sustainable modes of transport. He agreed parts of the site are already among the most accessible places in all of Swale, and that this situation would only be improved if the schemes were in place. In the end, Mr. Bamber's points on mode share went nowhere because he did not present any quantitative evidence as to how many vehicular movements there might be if his mode share assumptions were adopted, other than in relation to the Woodstock Road corridor that we will come back to. Mr. Wilde's assessment was that if Mr. Bamber's assumptions were adopted, obviously we don't, but if they were, the variance in trips into Sittingbourne would be imperceptible. The scheme will have positive effects on the road network. Now, the framework sets a high bar for refusing planning permission on highways grounds. Paragraph 116 requires there to be either residual cumulative impacts on a road network which are following mitigation severe, or unacceptable impacts on highway safety. Impacts which fall short of that high bar of severity do not, Mr. Bamber agreed, provide a proper basis for refusing permission on highways grounds. Mr. Weaver agreed that the way that severity or otherwise of an impact should be judged is by comparing a reference case with a development scenario. So in other words, comparing a future scenario in which this scheme comes forward and a future scenario where it doesn't. Now, one of the changes made to the framework last December was to require that this test in the framework be applied taking into account all reasonable future scenarios, just reasonable ones. The framework glossary defines reasonable future scenarios to mean a range of realistic transport scenarios tested in agreement with the local planning authority and other relevant bodies, including statutory consultees where appropriate. The reference case in the transport assessment has been agreed. It's been agreed with National Highways, it's been agreed with Kent, and in turn it's been agreed with Swale. The reference case for the combined scheme includes existing permissions, allocations in the adopted plan, and then an assumed level of growth beyond the end of the plan period, quantified and distributed in line with the Council's emerging plan as it stood at the time. After that plan-making exercise stalled, National Highways questioned whether growth should still be distributed in the same way, so a sensitivity test was carried out using Tempro alternative planning assumptions tool, which did not produce materially different results. And an agreement with National Highways was, as you know, reached on that basis. The Duchy, nonetheless, argues that the reference case used for the combined scheme, as agreed with Kent, as agreed with National Highways, is unsuitable. Mr. Weaver agrees that some additional development should be included in the reference case, but his view, and it is his view alone, just his view, is that this should be limited to committed development, which is to say permissions and allocations, and to exclude all other growth. So in other words, on his approach, we assume that once all the sites that have been allocated or consented come forward, once that happens, development in Swale stops. Mr. Weaver went on to agree that the framework's glossary makes clear that only realistic scenarios should be assessed under the framework, and that the without development scenario, he says that Mr. Wilde should have used, is not realistic. Of course, he said, quote, of course, it's not actually realistic, he said, of course. The Duchy makes no mention of that, bizarrely, in its closing submissions, but it follows from it that the Duchy's critique falls away, because in each of the realistic scenarios that have been assessed, there will be no severe impacts. See Mr. Wilde's list in his rebuttal, which includes additional sensitivity tests that use the national NTRIP model, NTEM, to forecast growth after the end of the adopted plan period. The Duchy's case now seems to rest entirely on paragraph 14 of the planning practice guidance on transport assessments. But, as Mr. Wilde pointed out, that, which is the PPG, requires only that appropriate consideration be given to the cumulative impacts arising from other committed development, which is obviously fine. It does not state that consideration can only be given to development that's been consented or allocated. In fact, Mr. Wilde explained this paragraph of the PPG is not about reference cases at all. It's about making clear that in the development scenario, consented and allocated development should be included. And that's exactly what Mr. Wilde's done. For the same reason, Mr. Weaver's reference to the EIA regulations was misplaced. The EIA regulations say nothing about the reasonableness of transport reference cases in the context of the framework or at all. The bit that they keep referring to, which is in Schedule 4, provides a non-exhaustive list of things that should be included in a description of likely significant effects in an environmental statement. So that includes, at subparagraph E, the accumulation of effects with other existing and or approved projects. And of course, our environmental statement does that to the satisfaction of all the relevant authorities. But there's nothing in the EIA regulations that precludes applicants from going further and having regard to development that's not yet consented or not yet allocated. The courts have made absolutely clear that these regulations leave the contextualisation of environmental effects, whether by reference to a benchmark or otherwise, completely in the judgment of the decision maker. In other words, the EIA regulations don't require the adoption of any particular kind of benchmark, still less a benchmark which, on the logic of Mr. Weaver's own evidence, is inconsistent with national policy. Mr. Weaver went on to suggest that if growth beyond the end of the adopted plan period is included in the reference case, the same level of growth should also be included in the development scenario. But Mr. Wilde explained why that would be a flawed exercise. It would be wholly unreasonable to assume that if this scheme comes forward, if this scheme gets consented, the council would then deliver the full local housing need on top of this scheme. Instead, Mr. Wilde adopted a realistic assumption as to how many units this scheme would bring forward by 2038 and applied a corresponding reduction to the assumed level of uncommitted growth to avoid double counting. All of this is agreed with Kent. All of this is agreed with National Highways. In closing, the Duchy suggested that the growth assumptions in Mr. Wild's with development scenario are not robust, because most, if not all, of the assumed additional growth will be delivered before Highsted Park comes on stream. The Duchy presented no evidence to support that assertion, none, which rests on a misunderstanding of the likely timescales for the highway consenting process, since, as National Highways have already told you, madam, the significant amount of work already undertaken will likely reduce the timescales for preparation of a Section 16 application compared to those set out in the Statement of Common Ground. I do just note, but I mean, obviously, all the footnotes I ask you to read. I'm not reading them all out, but I do. Paragraph 232 notes that this point about delivery rates was never raised with any of our witnesses, either Mr. Wild or Mr. Bashforth. Mr. Bamber rightly distanced himself from the Duchy's approach. He confirmed he didn't challenge the appropriateness of the reference case on behalf of the action group. The height of his case on the combined scheme is that there be impact sufficient to engage paragraph 116 of the framework at a single location. That's the Ruins Barn, Woodstock Road corridor. Mr. Bamber confirmed that his conclusion that there would be severe impacts on this corridor rests on his assumption. And his assumption was that the reasoning why the supplementary modelling shows reduced flows is that different mode share assumptions have been adopted. He agreed that this part of his evidence would fall away if his assumption were wrong, and Mr. Wild explained that it is wrong. The reduction is principally due to constraints that were applied at Kent's request and not mode share assumptions that were employed. Mr. Bamber then suggested that Mr. Wild ought to have provided an additional model run where mode shares kept the same but the corridor constraints are applied. But as Mr. Wild explained, that would be a wholly unreasonable scenario, such that it shouldn't be tested under 116 of the framework, because one of the primary objectives of the supplementary modelling was to consider the implications of constraining vehicle capacity and reallocating the road space to active travel. It would make no sense to model a scenario where active travel facilities are provided and then not used. Mr. Bamber confirmed he does not allege that any of the dimensions proposed along the corridor conflict with the relevant design standard LTN 120. His view that there'd be an unacceptable impact on highway safety rested on a single paragraph in that document, LTM 120, on shared use. But that paragraph does not, however, preclude or even discourage shared use facilities in all circumstances. Rather, that paragraph makes clear that shared use facilities are particularly not favoured when flows are high, which Mr. Bamber agreed they wouldn't be. And secondly, the guidance goes on to acknowledge that shared use may be appropriate with minimum widths, and then provides for such facilities in Table 6.3, which Mr. Bamber agreed have been complied with. Mr. Bamber ultimately agreed that it wouldn't be impossible for detailed proposals to be delivered in full compliance with LTM 120. As Mr. Wild went on to explain, light segregation could easily be achieved through detailed design. Now, Mr. Bamber suggested that paragraph 116 of the framework issues would arise in two additional locations, that's the A2 and Lower Road, but that happens only if the Northern Scheme were approved on its own. So firstly, Mr. Bamber confirmed that his conclusion that the Northern Scheme would lead to the A2 operating over capacity rested on an assumption. And the assumption is that its two-way capacity is 1,850 movements every hour. Now, that was an assumption that he based on a withdrawn piece of DMRB advice, which provides that, quote, as a starting point for the design and assessment of new urban roads, indicative one-way capacities in each direction, 1,110 movements an hour for variable standard urban roads of the sort that this is. Mr. Wild explained that Mr. Bamber's attempt to derive two-way capacities of the A2 from this guidance as inappropriate. Mr. Wilde has assessed the relevant A2 links against their indicative one-way capacity in each direction. And he's found in each case the link operates with incapacity, both in the morning and in the afternoon peaks. Mr. Bamber agreed that a significant benefit of the combined scheme is that it will ameliorate the status quo on the A2. He said he did not acknowledge or give weight to this benefit in his proof because, despite having a duty to provide an independent and objective assessment, he thought he was only here to point out where the scheme's failing. Mr. Bamber suggested there be a safety issue but no severe effects on Lower Road. This suggestion was predicated on his view that there'll be an increase in traffic flows, despite the modelling showing there'll be a reduction in traffic flows, which, of course, with the Northern Relief Road in place, is an entirely unsurprising outcome. Mr. Bamber also made much of the accident record on Lower Road without accounting for the fact the accidents have been clustered on a rural section towards Tong and not on the section which will be used by pedestrians and cyclists to access the station from our scheme. Mr. Wilde emphasised that if any issues were to arise on Lower Road, they'd be eminently solvable by monitoring and managing. And in the end, each of Mr. Bamber's points went nowhere. And again, won't read it out, but on rat running, just note footnote 241 where we go into that point. It's in a footnote because, of course, Mr. Bamber confirmed that his points on rat running don't give rise to any reasons to refuse under the framework, so I won't read it all out. As Kent and National Highways have agreed, there's no basis for refusing either scheme on highways grounds. The schemes are, in any event, more than just acceptable. They fulfil strategic needs for new infrastructure and they offer a range of sustainable transport benefits. Mr. Dygan recognised that he was wrong to attribute only moderate weight to transport benefits in his proof, and he was also wrong to suggest repeatedly that the purpose of the Southern Relief Road is to provide access to our site. The benefits of the proposed infrastructure are far more wide-ranging and profound, as Mr. Wilde explained in his evidence. Prowls will be retained and they will be enhanced. Careful thought that's been given to encouraging walking and cycling is also reflected in the scheme's provision for public rights of way. A key principle which guided the master planning process is that existing prowls should be retained wherever possible, although we agree with Kent that some changes are required to accommodate new road infrastructure. Where appropriate, prowls are set within green corridors, open grassland or woodland, minimising the need to pass through residential areas and integrated into an enhanced pedestrian and cycling network with new routes and new connections. In this way, there will be improved connectivity to the wider countryside for new and existing residents, as well as easy access to existing facilities in Sittingbourne and new facilities within our scheme. We agree with Kent that impacts on prowls within both sites can be appropriately mitigated by the implementation of a prow management scheme. The only point of disagreement in the prow statement of common ground with Kent is the proposed form of a single crossing over the Southern Relief Road to serve a number of footpaths, ZR208, ZU31, restricted byway, ZU31A. Although Kent would have preferred a grade separated facility at this location, it accepts that a signalised at-grade crossing would comply with all relevant design standards and guidance. Mr. Whittaker and Mr. Wilde explained that not only is grade separation not required by any of the guidance, it would be incredibly challenging to deliver given the changing gradient, necessitating a ramp of around 130 metres in length on the northern side, and it would create a barrier which would be counterproductive, as Mr. Murdoch put it. There'd be an isolated section of elevated footpath which would not be immediately connected to the wider network. The issue has now, in any event, been resolved through, and I should just note before I leave it, footnote 249 deals with Mr. Young's Green Bridge, which I won't read out, but there it is. This issue has now been resolved through the Section 106 agreement, which requires the feasibility of a grade separated crossing to be assessed after the grant of consent and then factored into the prior management scheme, which must be submitted to Kent for its approval. So the appropriateness of a grade separated crossing is not, therefore, something that the Secretary of State needs to determine at this stage. The new road infrastructure will improve air quality. This reduction in congestion won't only give motorists a benefit for quicker journeys, it will improve air quality in an area where improvements are sorely needed. The local plan recognised that parts of Sittingbourne town and the wider A2 corridor experience poor air quality, with air quality management areas declared along the A2 and to the north of the A2 within Sittingbourne. The local plan recognised that the Northern Relief Road is needed to improve air quality conditions in central and eastern parts of the town. Addressing air quality issues has been an objective of these proposals from the very outset. The applications are supported by comprehensive air quality assessments, the methodology and findings of which are agreed with the Council, as are the proposed mitigation measures. The assessments show that all impacts will be within acceptable limits, with improvements shown in most locations, including the Newington, Keykole Hill and St Paul's Street air quality management areas. The only criticisms of these assessments came from a local resident, Mr. Harris Smith, who doesn't have any relevant professional qualifications, and his complaints were with respect entirely misconceived. He presented data he recorded on a wearable device whilst jogging, but as Ms Lydon noted on behalf of the Council, such devices can be unpredictable. That means that we can't have as much confidence in data that you get from them. And in any event, as Mr Stoling said, it's not appropriate to compare hourly or even daily values against annual average objectives. The whole point of a long-term average is that short-term highs and short-term lows are averaged. Mr Harris Smith talked about canyon effects in Tenham, but as Mr Stoling explained, whilst canyons have been included in the modelling for the St Paul's and East Street AQMAs, they haven't at Tenham because it's not a canyon, and as Ms Lydon confirmed, the additional modelling for canyon impacts wouldn't make any difference to the results. Mr Harris Smith also suggested that account should be taken of increases in local traffic, which he identified by comparing DFT data from 2019 with his own manual count from 2024. Mr Wild explained those two data sets are entirely incompatible. Mr Harris Smith's is the product of a spot check he undertook on 2 random weekdays in June, whilst the DFT data provides an average across all 365 days of the year, including weekends when demand tends to be lower, with adjustments made for seasonality, among other things. Mr Harris Smith's complaint ultimately is that the impact should be assessed against aspirational targets rather than the limits set by government through regulations and its statutory air quality strategy. As Mr Stoling explained, the 2040 target for PM 2.5s is only a target, and it's not intended to be met until 2040. It's not a limit that development proposals have got to meet now in 2025, and indeed with technological improvements and further mitigation by local authorities, additional reductions are to be expected before we get to 2040. The Council agrees that not only will the schemes not cause any harm, each will bring about air quality benefits, and Mr Bashforth gives those benefits significant weight. Landscape. This scheme is landscape-led. This scheme is the culmination of close to a decade's worth of design work. Mr Sutherland explained it's been designed as an exemplar in sustainable placemaking, including environmental and biodiversity enhancements through exemplary landscape design. The landscape consultants who did the LVIA, David Williams, had extensive input into the master planning process, as did Mr Murdoch's team, whose landscape strategy had a defining influence on the scheme's design. The result of all that work is a landscape-led master plan which forms the vision for a new garden village. The meaning of that term, landscape-led, was the subject of considerable discussion in the first phase of the inquiry. Terms not defined, national policy or guidance, or indeed Inglivia. Mr Murdoch explained that when he describes the scheme as landscape-led, he means that we've taken a clear understanding of all aspects of the site to determine its terroir and have embedded that in a green grid approach, which creates interconnected green corridors that work for a living, providing ecology, amenity, a network of routes and sustainable urban drainage connections. Landscape-led doesn't mean that your design process has to be landscape first or landscape only. And indeed, as Ms Hearn agreed, it's possible for a road scheme to be landscape-led, even if its broad location's dictated by need rather than by landscape considerations. And that is because, as Mrs Brockhurst explained, a landscape-led scheme is not one driven by landscape and only results in landscape features. Rather, the terms about how landscape as one of the disciplines informs the overall scheme development. It's shorthand for a scheme which takes into account environmental components and has within its scheme evolution a landscape element or contribution. I would just like to touch on expressly what's said at footnote 266. Relatedly, Mrs Brockhurst gave evidence as to the role of landscape architects, which is not to oppose all development or to work in silos or to prioritise their discipline above all other considerations, but to work as part of a team with other specialists, including those whose expertise also falls within the broad concept of landscape, which includes creating new places that will enhance the environment of people who live, work and recreate within them. Back at 217, this scheme has been developed through a landscape-led process of that kind. The master planning process began with a careful appraisal of the site and its surroundings, including its topography, its landscape character and its visual sensitivity. Mr Murdoch explained that these landscape components were then layered together to inform the shape and structure of the green grid. See the axonometric diagram in his evidence. Mr Hearn's evidence was that this approach was exactly right, and that Mr Murdoch has created a fantastic green grid. As a result, the design team have been able to create a scheme which responds to the site's complex topography, using the existing landform and mature tree belts to provide containment and minimise the geographic extent of adverse effects. A network of connected green corridors have been established across the site, integrating all of the site's landscape assets and defining the development parcels. Mr Murdoch explained that in this way landscape features have structured and informed the layout, character and uses of the master plan. He confirmed that his landscape work's always been the key driver influencing the form of the development cells and that ensures that development's not located in highly visually sensitive areas. Ms Hearn recognised that proposals do not include any buildings in the part of the site identified by LUC as having high landscape sensitivity. No buildings will be located in the national landscape of that part of the site which falls within the AHLV, that's the designated area of high landscape value. 11.8% of it comprises built development. The design process has been iterative. It has involved extensive consultation with the council and others, including on landscape issues. Peter Brett, associates, observed that considerable further work was undertaken in response to feedback from LUC, which resulted in the scheme being reduced by 3,500 homes. Peter Brett saw this as a positive step, so much so that they told the council that landscape impacts would not be a show-stopping issue. In fact, the conclusion expressed at that time was the development may be acceptable on landscape grounds. Coming to this inquiry with fresh eyes, Mrs Brockhurst concluded that in landscape terms the parameter plans represent the optimal parameters for a scheme with the components proposed. The green space structuring plans also demonstrate how varied green spaces would be delivered across the site. The design process has not only involved assessing and responding to the existing landscape, but taking opportunities to provide a significant enhancement to the current situation. Ms Hearn accepted there is a long acknowledged deficiency of multifunctional green infrastructure in this part of the country. The council recognises that Sittingbourne has a poor quality green urban environment with particular deficiencies in parks, in gardens, in street trees and other open spaces. The orchards on the outskirts of the town are among the more multifunctional of Sittingbourne's green infrastructure assets, but the council notes they're not publicly accessible and so provide limited direct benefits to Sittingbourne's human population. The application site falls within an area that the council has specifically identified as appropriate for strategic enhancement to green infrastructure. And more broadly, central government's strategic ambitions for the Thames Gateway include the provision of Sittingbourne and Tenham parklands, something which parcel by parcel expansion of this settlement has inevitably failed to realise. So against all of that backdrop, this scheme will deliver 350 hectares of publicly accessible open space. Half of the southern site will be green space, 45% of the north. That includes a new country park, new nature park, new greenways adjoining existing public rights of way, new destination sports pitches, new community gardens, new allotments. Ms. Ahern described that as doing no more than what is required, she thought, of a development of this scale. But under the council's own open space policy, that is wrong. The scheme provides double the policy requirement, 2.5 times the open space sports and play facility required at the north and 1.8 times what's required on the south. Mr. Dygan agreed that overall the scheme significantly exceed what's required by policy and that he identified open space provision as a benefit of both schemes. In spite of all that,
Can I just ask something? Sorry, before you...
Of course.
You say in 2A, the scheme will deliver 350 hectares of publicly accessible open space.
Yeah.
So it is all publicly accessible, is it?
Of the 350 hectares that's right.
You haven't included the open space which isn't to be public accessible.
We've included, let me just get up the table. You've got the reference to where that comes out of the evidence.
Right, well, I'm just asking.
No, it's fair question. Let me just pause and I'll just get up the table.
Because we're told, weren't we, that, obviously the some of the nature park and eco park and that sort of thing might not be.
I mean, I think, and I'll try and get the correct answer before answering. Ms. Brockhurst proved table 7.1.
Okay. Okay.
Just one sec. The figure is a product of the numbers that exist on page 45 of Mrs. Brockhurst's proof. That's where it comes from. Okay. And you can see what it includes. Sorry?
So that is correct then, is it?
It's correct. There was discussion, so I'm departing from script, but just to answer the question. There was discussion about some, from the council, not from us, about some of the ecological areas being subject to some level of restricted public access. Yeah. And the answer is that those areas, well, the details to be obviously taken forward and confirmed later if permission's granted of what those areas are. But those areas are not netted out of that 350 figure. They are included within it on the basis that they will all be publicly accessible to one extent or another, which they will be. If you look at the definitions of I can't remember what the phrase is, but restricted, or whatever it is, proposals for restricted access within the ecology assessment does not preclude public access. It governs how public access will be managed, e.g. through paths, etc. So some of the 300, well, most of the 350 hectares is fully open, as it were, and some of it will mean publicly accessible in particular ways.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Right. I was at D, I think, on page 106, which says,
yes.
I think so, which says that in spite of all of that, Ms. Ahern's assessment did not account for any net landscape benefits, other than, she said, increased tree cover, an initial indication being that the scheme will introduce as many as 1 million new trees. Mrs. Brockhurst, in contrast, recognised that this scheme will deliver a unique and substantial package of green infrastructure and landscape benefits, achieving strategic green infrastructure objectives in spadefuls, something which is without precedent in Sittingbourne, literally. Years of piecemeal development has inevitably failed to deliver publicly accessible multifunctional GI at this scale. So in the end, the debate on landscape-led comes down to the different witnesses, different landscape witnesses, different approaches to the Southern Relief Road. Ms. Ahern accepted that it is possible for the Northern scheme to come forward in a way that's landscape-led, but in her view, it would be impossible for any scheme that includes a road linking the A2 to the M2 to be landscape-led because, she said, the location means there are always going to be significant landscape impacts. No amount of work by Mr. Sutherland, no amount of work by Mr. Murdoch could ever have been enough. Mrs. Brockhurst pointed out that Ms. Ahern's approach conflates two different things. First, whether a design process was landscape-led, and secondly, whether the scheme will have significant landscape effects. She explained that it's inevitable that a scheme of this scale will have significant landscape effects, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been brought about through a process that's landscape-led. As Mrs. Brockhurst put it, we don't arrive at this site as a blank sheet of paper. We know it's got to accommodate the Southern Relief Road to fulfil what Kent and now the Council accept is an identified need for a critical new piece of infrastructure. What matters is that the design team have taken the required infrastructure and accommodated it within a scheme which responds to, and where possible enhances, the existing landscape. The arrangement of the other components of the scheme has been influenced by landscape considerations, as we've said, and the approach to the Southern Road has taken account of landscape concerns. See the landscape note and space strategy. There will be no significant landscape and visual effects by year 15. It is common ground that there is an adequate evidence base on which to assess the landscape and visual effects of the scheme. The applications were supported by comprehensive landscape and visual impact assessments that we agree follow a GLIVIA-compliant methodology. In line with those assessments, we agree that the scheme will have some significant adverse landscape and visual effects at year 1, which is, as Mrs. Brockhurst explained, inevitable for a scheme of this scale. Neither Mrs. Brockhurst nor Ms. Ahern produced a further set of LVIAs for this inquiry. Mrs. Brockhurst explained why it wouldn't have been helpful to duplicate that part of the assessment process, not least given that the LVIAs are the product of years of work and are agreed to be fit for purpose. That landscape evidence instead focused on matters that fall outside the scope of an LVIA, such as the strategic context and on areas where the witness's professional judgments differed from those expressed in the LVIAs, and 4 key points of difference between the approaches of Ms. Ahern and Mrs. Brockhurst crystallised at the inquiry. Number 1, Ms. Ahern agreed that the greatest difference is the extent to which they consider that mitigation measures will moderate the adverse effects of the scheme over time. Mrs. Brockhurst's evidence is that 15 years on from completing the scheme, there won't be significant adverse effects. By that time, planting will have had the opportunity to mature over a period of 30 years in the south and 20 years in the north. By that time, a new landscape will have been established that has a sense of place, of maturity, of identity, and is used and valued by the community that it serves. This will be different to the existing landscape, but as Ms. Ahern accepted, national policy, design guidance, and indeed GLIVIA all make clear that change is not synonymous with harm. When the position at year 15 is properly compared with the position at year 1, the landscape and visual effects will be beneficial and not adverse. The second related difference concerns the identification of net landscape benefits. Mrs. Brockhurst explained that a scheme which has significant adverse landscape and visual effects may also have beneficial components too, and the beneficial components of this scheme are considerable. We've been over them. In response, Ms. Hearn emphasised that this part of Mrs. Brockhurst's evidence went beyond the content of LVIAs, and of course that was the point. As Mrs. Brockhurst explained, an LVIA is not intended to answer every question, and the fact it doesn't list all the beneficial components of a scheme doesn't mean they don't exist. The third key difference relates to their respective approaches to the application materials. Unlike Mrs. Brockhurst, Ms. Ahern spent a substantial portion of her evidence considering the detail of technical highways drawings, despite those drawings being illustrative and Ms. Ahern's reading of them not being entirely accurate. Many pages of her written evidence were dedicated to a detailed critique of the illustrative master plan, which is, of course, illustrative. Ms. Ahern did not, however, subject all of the application documents to this same level of scrutiny. The landscape and open spaces strategy didn't get a single mention in her proof, other than in the footnote to say wrongly that it's not part of the planning application. The fourth key difference relates to what Glivia calls trends in change. In short, Mrs. Brockhurst considered them and Ms. Ahern didn't. Mrs. Brockhurst's evidence took account of the fact that change has already occurred within this landscape and that further change is an inevitability. Housing will need to be brought forward somewhere in this borough. Ms. Ahern accepted that will inevitably include sites like ours that LUC have identified as having moderate to high landscape sensitivity. In fact, on this site, we know that the ambition is change, as Kent recognised as an identified strategic need for the roads, for the southern road, and the northern road's been embedded in policy since 1996. And so, taking a step back, we recognise that both schemes will have landscape effects that are significant, adverse, but that is agreed to be an inevitable consequence of meeting identified needs for housing and infrastructure. Despite vast swathes of swale being subject to landscape designations, nearly 3/4 of the undeveloped land outside the urban boundaries, it's agreed that the northern scheme has no impact on the AHLVs or indeed the national landscape. And although part of the site, southern site falls within an AHLV, the scheme would result in less than 12% of it being occupied by built development, and proposes no buildings in the area that LUC have identified as being of high sensitivity. Alongside the harm, there are substantial landscape and green infrastructure benefits, something that the status quo of parcel by parcel expansion of Sittingbourne hasn't and cannot deliver. And the adverse effects will in any event be moderated over time, transitioning to beneficial 15 years from the development's completion. And what I would propose to do is use the final few minutes before lunch to finish off on landscape by doing the national landscape, if that's all right, and then we'd reach a juncture. Impacts on the national landscape will be localised. Both Kent and the council support the principle of the Southern Relief Road and Junction 5A in highways terms. Mr Digan agreed that if they're going to be delivered, it's inevitable that infrastructure will need to be introduced into the Kent Downs national landscape. The northern scheme, we agree, has no adverse effects on the national landscape. The Kent Downs national landscape comprises nearly 1/4 of all land in Kent. It was designated as long ago as 1968, when there were no natural beauty or boundary setting criteria. Ms Miller agreed that not all parts of it exhibit all 8 of its special qualities in the management plan to the same extent, or indeed at all. She therefore agreed it's important to assess the extent to which the affected parcel of land contributes to the special qualities before assessing the extent to which those special qualities will be adversely affected. So, of the 8 special qualities that there are for the landscape as a whole, Ms Miller identified significant adverse effects in relation to 3 of them, and indeed, just noting in the footnotes, common ground, there'll be beneficial effects to at least 2 of them, But anyway, on the three. The first is dramatic landforms and views. Miss Miller considered this special quality to be relevant because, in her view, the site forms part of what the management plan calls an expansive plateau. Mrs. Brockhurst explained why this is wrong. The site falls within the dip slope. Whilst the plateau is the formation, whilst the plateau is the formation, I think it must be, the plateau formation is at the top of the landform from which there are extensive views. The scheme will have no impact on that or indeed on any other key feature. Miss Miller also identified significant effects on, quote, tranquility and remoteness. But she accepted that the site's not remote, so the second bit of this special quality is not relevant. She agreed that when assessing impact on the first bit, so the tranquility bit, account should be taken of the fact that this site is not particularly tranquil to begin with. The motorway already reduces its tranquility, as of course do existing light sources evident at night, which unlike Miss Miller, Mrs. Brockhurst had assessed following nighttime site visits. Any further impact on tranquility would be controlled through extensive tree planting and sensitive road design, and indeed Mr. Miller from National Highways explained the highways approval process will take account of landscape and ecological sensitivities, and the result of that process might be that lighting is not required. The third special quality is farmed landscape, the most valued of which, Mrs. Brockhurst explained, is pasture. As such, the scheme won't impact on the most distinctive and valued agricultural components of this landscape. Accordingly, although the new junction will have a direct impact on the national landscape and there'll be a change to its setting, the southern scheme will not undermine the special qualities for which the national landscape is valued and protected. These impacts are the inevitable consequence of delivering much needed infrastructure, and the council does not say that they could have been further minimised through a different design. Mr. Duggan confirmed that. In her evidence, Miss Miller also identified indirect impacts of the southern scheme on the national landscape, namely rat running and an increased use of rural lanes, despite the highways evidence showing that the scheme will result in a reduction in commuter traffic passing through the national landscape, which will be a benefit, and additional recreational use, despite the management plan promoting increased access to the national landscape as a vital priority. This landscape not being, Miss Miller accepted, just something to be looked at, but something to be used and enjoyed by all. In all, whilst the southern scheme will inevitably have adverse effects on the Kent Downs national landscape, they have been minimised through a landscape-led design process. The impacts of the new junction are limited to a relatively small geographical area, leaving most of the national landscape entirely unaffected. See that Mrs. Brockhurst's zone of theoretical visibility exercise. We come on to the reasons why these effects are acceptable in the planning policy and balance section after lunch.
Right, thank you very much. Good, so it's 5 to 1. Shall we have a break until 1:45? That be all right with everybody? Right, we will adjourn till 1:45. Thank you. It's time, for the last time, for the inquiry to resume. I know. Well, depending how long you intend to go on for.
I think this might be it, actually.
Before we
yes,
before we carry
106.
on, I'm just wondering if you want to talk about section 106.
We certainly do, and I was going to hand over to Mr. Gearing, who I understand has actually sent an email. I don't know whether
He
you've
has,
had
but
it.
I mean, obviously, other
No,
people
of
haven't
course. I
seen
just
it.
wanted to see if you. So you want to talk it through?
I'll wait for him. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we will do. I'll hand over to
Section
Mr.
106.
Gearing.
So yeah. Go on then, Mr. Gearing.
Yes, I shared an indicative, I guess, best way of putting it, timeline that I've just been discussing with Mr. Dygan over the last day or so. And this has a number of milestones in it that relate to us receiving comments back from SBC and KCC, sharing that version internally with a senior leadership team meeting on Friday at SBC. So based on those requirements, the aim is to have a final clean, engrossable but not engrossed version to you on Monday the 10th of November, which then gives a period of time for the interested parties to comment, and I've suggested by midday at Monday the 17th of November, so a week.
Is that all right? 17. Yeah, you'll get it. Well, it'll be electronic, of course, if that's okay. So you get it on 10th, and you've got up till the 17th.
7 days.
If that's doable for you.
Yeah, I just, if it could be a bit longer, because I'm just conscious that we've got to communicate with our parish councils.
Okay.
I mean, 14 days would be preferable if that's possible.
14 days? Doesn't seem unreasonable, does it? Yeah, I think 14 days. So that will be 24th then of November.
Okay, so if that was the 24th of November, I'm just thinking the implications of that for moving down the list.
Yeah, go on then.
24th of November, we would then need to, so if we had comments back by the 24th, we would need to get any amendments to you, an engrossed version by Friday the 28th.
Yeah.
Which would mean, I think we then allow 3 weeks for all 10 parties to sign, including obviously KCC and SBC, which would mean the final completed section 106 back to pins by Friday the 19th of December. Sorry, I did have it turned off. I'll say that again. Sorry, I did have it. Must have turned off. So yes, I'll repeat that. Any amendments made and version engrossed by close of play on Friday the 28th of November. Then the final signed version back to pins by close of play on Friday the 19th of December.
Now, the only thing is that, can you please communicate with the programme officers rather than pins at the moment?
Sorry, yes,
They'll be the point of contact
of course.
for everybody, okay? And they will then tell you when, there's to be a handover time.
Okay, so when that comes around on the 17th, obviously we'll be alert for
So, yes.
10th, sorry. Apologies. Can't read my writing. On the 10th, you will include us, correct? Or are you sending it to the programme officers for circulation?
I think I will send to the programme officers for circulation, I
I
think.
think that might be the best thing.
Yes, I just don't want to find that we haven't
No,
had
of
it.
course not. I think if you send it to programme officers, and then the programme officers will circulate.
Thank you, Mum.
If there is anything else, I mean, hopefully there won't be, but if anything else arises, please can you communicate with the programme officers, and they'll obviously keep pins informed if necessary. And then it will eventually obviously be handed over to pins, but it's just, we feel it's better to just keep things, as they are at the moment anyway.
I will update the timeline I've shared with the programme officers now, and then that could always be circulated if that's helpful.
All right, that's fine. Thank you very much. And just one other thing. Obviously, when we finish today, you must hand in your, apart from obviously councillors and so forth, hand in your passes. So I suggest it's probably easier if you just well, actually, they're going to need to get out, aren't they?
Yes.
So,
Pop them through the front. Yeah.
well, will there be someone down there?
No, there's a
Letterbox. There's that letterbox. So if you go out of the side door, the front, is there one by the front door then? Oh, right, okay. A letterbox by the front door. Put it in that, please. Or, I mean, yeah, is that okay? And if everybody could please vacate the building as as soon as possible, so that all the staff can actually go home, because it's being Friday. Okay, right. Okay, so sure. Is there anything else to say before we? Do you want to say something? I can't hear you whispering.
I was made aware last night that Stones Farm has now been transferred to the council.
Oh, right, okay.
Just to let you know, because I know it was discussed.
So the council are now the happy owners of Stones Farm green space, open space.
Something in that sentence is
Thanks. Right, okay, the final push then, Mr. Simons, Miss Brono.
absolutely.
So we're, I think, on page 116, historic environment, aren't we?
Yes. The development of the Highsted Park Master... I'm sorry. Sorry. The development of the Highsted Park Master Plan has not only been led by landscape considerations. Careful considerations also been given to the built heritage, including through engagement with Historic England over a number of years. The Council's expert advisors, Peter Brett, noted that heritage advice has been taken from the early stage of this project, and also that there was nothing to suggest the scale of any potential impact should prevent the proposal coming forward. Heritage sensitivities have, for example, influenced the alignment of the Northern Relief Road, resulted in the removal of proposed development parcels to preserve open views towards the Church of St Nicholas, and led to the reductions in size of the proposed development parcels to the south of Frognall Farmhouse and to the west of the Old Vicarage. The result is a scheme which, first, all parties agree will not cause substantial harm to any heritage asset. The council and the applicants agree will not cause a high or very high level of less than substantial harm to any heritage asset. Ms Soane's evidence on behalf of the council is that the most harm that would be caused to any asset would be a medium to high level of less than substantial, whilst Dr Mealy puts it no higher than medium. There are assets to which Ms Soane's identifies the lowest level of less than substantial harm, to which Dr Mealy identifies no harm at all. We looked at Claxfield Farmhouse as a proxy for that debate. Ms Soane's position is that regardless of functional historic connection, agricultural land forms an important part of its setting, despite, first, the two being separated by a major strategic road, the A2, and all the traffic and development which comes with it. And secondly, as Dr Mealy explained in his evidence in chief, the character of this landscape has already changed really radically over time. He explained that this process of change began as far back as the 17th century as a consequence of the growth of London and accelerated in the mid-19th century with the arrival of the railway. The gradual loss of historic grain continued through the 20th century when agricultural land was subject to further intensification, regularisation and amalgamation. In short, this is not a pristine landscape, but a landscape long changed, and that's illustrated by his figures showing the field boundaries changing over time. We focus here in these closings on those few assets on which either Miss Soanes or Dr Doggett identify more than a medium level of less than substantial harm. Heritage Statement of Common Ground helpfully sets out a longer list of assets on which there is either near or total agreement. And of course, by not considering them in closings, we're not suggesting that impacts on them don't need to be taken into account, because of course they do. The northern scheme will cause no more than a medium level of less than substantial harm. First, the Tong Conservation Area. Tong is the only conservation area which falls within the Northern Site's boundary. Soames agreed that if there is going to be a Northern Relief Road, it will inevitably pass through this conservation area. And if that's going to happen, she agreed that it's better for it to do so on the proposed alignment and not closer to the core cluster of historic buildings in the northern part of the conservation area. Mr Daigan nonetheless suggested, for the first time in his evidence in chief, that it would be possible for the Northern Relief Road to be delivered along a different northern route, avoiding the conservation area. This put him at odds with Kent's Highways evidence, which he said the council was otherwise following on from, without the point having been put to Mr Millard or Mr Wild in cross-examination, and without Mr Daigan having taken any specialist highways or flood risk advice. He ultimately accepted that it's unlikely that the northern route of the Northern Relief Road is deliverable, as Kent had concluded in a part of a report Mr Daigan said he'd overlooked, which means that in the real world, if the council's aspirations for the completion of the Northern Relief Road are to be realised, direct impacts to the Tong Conservation Area are an inevitability. Dr Mealy explained that the cluster of buildings which the proposed route would avoid, including the 18th century mill house and the 19th century former water mill, are the clear focus of the conservation area and the reason for its designation. It has what he described as a really intimate feeling, being isolated from the rest of the conservation area and indeed the agricultural land beyond. Miss Soames agreed that there's an intimacy to the northern cluster, it being separated from the southern part of the conservation area by planting, built form and topography. Although she drew an equivalence between the northern and southern parts of the conservation area, she did ultimately agree that if the northern scheme were to come forward, all the features which justify the conservation area's designation would remain in place. Dr Mealy attached greater weight to the retention of the conservation area's identity and distinctiveness. He concluded that because the core of the conservation area is unaffected by the proposed development and will be a significant distance from it, the harm will be no more than a medium level of less than substantial harm. Arriving at that conclusion, Dr Mealy didn't factor in the enhancements to the conservation area which would be secured, including the installation of heritage information boards, the replacement of currently unattractive gates and fencing, and the reinstatement of historic orchard planting. There would also be a significant reduction in traffic through the core of the conservation area, which Ms Soames agreed would be a positive. Frognall Farmhouse and Barn. Frognall Farmhouse lies to the east of Tong and is listed at Grade 2 star. Ms Soames agreed that its significance is primarily derived from its age and architecture, in particular the combination of its 16th century timber-framed western elevation and its 18th century brick elevation facing east. The converted barn to the west of the farmhouse is listed at Grade 2, but it's not original. It's agreed to appear to date substantively to the late 19th or early 20th century. Ms Soames agreed that the main point of difference between her and Dr Mealy's assessments is the extent to which they consider the agricultural land to the south of the assets to contribute to their significance. Ms Soames agreed that considered that land to be crucial and fundamental, whilst Dr Mealy emphasised that it has no functional relationship to the listed buildings, and there has even been a loss of historic character in the landscape over time. He explained that in the 18th century, the farmhouse was enclosed not just by other buildings, but by the field boundaries, and that the landscape now has none of the subdivisions that historically have accompanied the growth of the house. The landscape's openness, he explained, isn't a positive, but rather the product of changes in agricultural policy in the 1970s, which denudes this landscape of historic context. Dr Mealy also emphasised that, firstly, the views of the buildings from the surrounding landscape are limited. The views out from the farmhouse to the south are not designed views, and Ms Soames and Dr Doggett agreed with that. The new homes will be set back from the listed buildings by a significant distance, which Ms Soames agrees reduces the extent of harm that would otherwise arise. Taking account of all of that, Dr Mealy concludes that the harm to Frognall Farmhouse and Barn falls at the low end of less than substantial. The southern scheme will cause no more than a medium level of less than substantial harm. Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area and the Church of St Nicholas. The significance of the Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area is encapsulated in 7 bullet points in the Conservation Area Appraisal, including the eclectic mix of traditional local building styles, forms and building materials, and the contribution made by boundary walls, railings and fences, Ms Soanes agreed with Dr Mealy that when calibrating the extent of harm that would be caused to the conservation area, one should consider what impact, if any, the proposals would have on each attribute identified in the appraisal. Dr Mealy and Ms Soanes agreed that there will be no impact on 5 of those 7 attributes. They agree it will be possible to appreciate the conservation area's medieval origin and extent, and that the elements which enable its designation will be unaffected, as indeed they agree that the Rodmersham Green conservation area retains its identity and distinctiveness despite being coterminous with suburban development. In those circumstances, Dr Mealy puts the harm no higher than a medium level of less than substantial, as did Historic England. The centrepiece of the Rodmersham Church Street conservation area is the Grade 1 listed Church of St Nicholas, the significance of which, Ms Soanes agreed, derives primarily from its age and architectural interest as a medieval parish church. Those primary components of the church's significance will, Ms Soanes agreed, be entirely unaffected by the proposed development. So too will the most important part of its setting, which Ms Soanes agreed is the churchyard and immediate surroundings, which are shown in Dr Mealy's evidence. Its wider setting, including views from the prow to the west, does not make as important a contribution. The scheme will be visible from the church tower, but as Dr Mealy emphasised, the tower has not been set up as a viewing place, and that diminishes the weight which should be given to changed views out from it. In any event, Dr Mealy, Ms Soanes and Dr Doggett all agree that there'd be a medium level of less than substantial harm to the church as a listed building. Bexon Court. Bexon Court is another asset that's been best appreciated in its immediate surroundings. It's a Grade 2-star Wealden Hall house, the principal interest of which, Dr Mealy explained, is best seen from right in front. He shows that in photographs in his presentation slides. Ms Soanes identified a low to medium level of less than substantial harm to Bexon Court, despite the scheme not being visible within this view, or indeed in any views out from the building, or its front garden, or from Hawks Hill Lane, and that's shown on Mrs Brockhurst's zone of theoretical visibility. Dr Mealy explained that the scheme would have no visual setting impact of any description. He acknowledged that there would be an increased awareness of vehicle noise, but critically, the ability to stand and admire the salient historic features of the building in an open landscape setting would not change. Dr Doggett didn't identify any harm to Bexon Court in his proof of evidence, but nonetheless said that there would be a high level of less than substantial harm in his evidence-in-chief, having visited for the first time the previous evening. He confirmed that his assessment depended on his assumption that the new junction would be extremely visible from Bexon Court, and agreed that it would need to be approached with caution, that's his view would need to be approached with caution, if his assumption turned out to be wrong, which of course Mrs Brockhurst's TV shows that it is. In all those circumstances, Dr Mealy's evidence that there would be only a low level of less than substantial harm to Bexon Court should be preferred. Archaeological matters are now all agreed with KCC. The applications are supported by a detailed suite of archaeological assessments, including site-wide geophysical surveys and geoarchaeological modelling. The scope and methodology of that work was all agreed with KCC. On the northern site, this work identified a possible causewayed enclosure to the east of Bapchard Cricket Club, which is potentially of high archaeological significance. In line with recommendations made by KCC, this land is safeguarded as open space by the parameter plans, ensuring that any archaeological remains can be preserved in situ. On that basis, the parties reached an agreed position on the mitigation strategy and approach to archaeology for the northern site 2 months before the applications were called in. On the southern site, again in line with recommendations made by KCC, targeted trial trenching has been undertaken. 150 trenches were opened and examined in accordance with an agreed methodology across 7 evaluation areas. Mr Lakin and Mr Mason agreed that before planning permission is granted, archaeological field evaluation should only be required if and to the extent that it's proportionate. The point of the field work was necessarily not to try to gain certainty as to what lies beneath all 577 hectares of the site, but rather to see if there are, as Mr Mason put it on behalf of Kent, any showstoppers or show informers. He confirmed that there are not. In his view, appropriate field work has now been undertaken, and it's not identified any archaeological remains of national importance within the meaning of footnote 75 of the framework. The flex within the parameter plans would in any event leave open the potential for archaeological and geoarchaeological deposits to be preserved in situ. Mr. Mason explained that this may be achieved through avoidance or an engineering solution. Mr. Lakin noted in particular that there is the potential to alter the vertical alignment of the sustainable movement corridor to enable archaeological remains to be preserved in situ. If preservation in situ is not possible, the remains will be preserved by record, which it's agreed is an acceptable mitigation measure. All of that will be governed by an archaeological mitigation strategy, which we agree will be addressed after the grant of consent in accordance with the proposed conditions. Ecology. Most ecological matters are agreed. Yeah. No. Much of Swale is washed over by nature conservation designations, further constraining land outside the national landscape and the areas of high landscape value. We agree that the nature conservation designations do not all attract the same level of protection, but rather sit within what the local plan calls a hierarchy of importance. Most important are the international designations, the SACs, the SBAs and the Ramsar sites, which cover around 25% of the borough. On those, we agree with Natural England and the Council that the scheme will have no adverse effect on integrity. We also agree that there will be no adverse effect on any site subject to a nature conservation designation, so SSIs. Ms Forster agreed that the locally designated sites are less important, including the local nature reserves, which we agree will be entirely unaffected. Ms Forster agreed that ancient woodland does not feature within that hierarchy. It's not designated in its own right, even locally. As such, despite containing areas of ancient woodland, Highsted Wood falls outside of this policy hierarchy. Against that backdrop, most ecological matters are now agreed. In particular, first, it's agreed that the ecological surveys provide an appropriate basis for assessment. The agreed baseline largely comprises habitats which are of low sensitivity and low value in ecological terms. It's agreed that the northern application is entirely acceptable from an ecological perspective, and it's also agreed that despite the 10% requirement in the Environment Act not applying to these applications, they could deliver around 20% biodiversity net gain. We note here that the agreement which has been reached with Natural England and with the Council stands, notwithstanding the 5 parishes' recent claim that the part of the Stones Farm site required for the delivery of the Northern Relief Road is what the 5 parishes describe as a SANG. The premise of the 5 parishes' complaint in this regard is wrong. This land has not been secured as a SANG through any planning permission, planning condition or planning obligation, and so in planning terms it's not a SANG. Its status has been agreed with Natural England and the Council in that agreed note where it's referred to as high quality green space, and should the Secretary of State consider mitigation to be required, the Council is satisfied that the financial payment secured by the Section 106 agreement would provide a satisfactory resolution of the matter.
Is that the additional SAMS payments?
Yes.
And that's going into the Section 106?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep. And I just note on that as well, in footnote 377, we confirm our view, which is the view expressed by the Council the other day, that the Secretary of State would be the competent authority. The remaining points of disagreement relate only to the impact of the Southern Scheme on ancient woodland and habitat connectivity. 100 times more woodland will be planted than lost. Mr. Baxter explained that the proposed alignment of the Southern Relief Road has been optimised to avoid ancient woodland where possible and to minimise losses where this is not achievable. It was not possible to avoid Highsted Wood entirely, and so the loss of a very small proportion of ancient woodland there, 4%, is anticipated, although this might be reduced further through detailed design. Paragraph 193C of the framework allows for the loss of ancient woodland, provided there are wholly exceptional reasons and a suitable compensation strategy. The Council now accepts that there is a suitable compensation strategy, rightly so. The proposal is for 8.1 hectares of new woodland to be planted to compensate for the 0.21 hectares of ancient woodland that would be lost. As Mr. Baxter explained, that represents a compensation ratio of 38:1, which considerably exceeds what has been found acceptable for other schemes, and even the gold standard that's promoted by the woodland trust, which, as you say in footnote 383, is a ratio of 30:1. The scheme will also secure restorative conservation management for 6.28 hectares of retained ancient woodland. That amounts to a conservation ratio of 29:1. If the total proposed woodland planting, 80 hectares, is compared to the total ancient and established woodland that will be lost, the compensation ratio rises to 100:1. Mr. Baxter explained that the scheme avoids all the potential indirect effects of development on ancient woodland that are identified in Natural England's standing advice. In particular, there'll be no reduction in important semi-natural habitat adjoining ancient woodland. Where Cromer Wood adjoins the site, the bordering habitats are not semi-natural but arable. Bexwood is bordered by parkland only to the north, and that will be retained. There'll be a loss of semi-natural habitat to the north of Highsted Wood, but as Mr. Baxter explained, that's not important in ecological terms. The wooded connection between Highsted Wood and Highsted Quarries is agreed to have been established relatively recently and is of poor condition. Links between those local wildlife sites will in any event be maintained, as will links between Highsted and Cromer and Highsted and Bexwoods. Ms. Forster and Mr. Baxter agree that any recreational impacts on ancient woodland can be addressed through appropriate long-term visitor access measures and ongoing management. They disagreed, however, as to the predicted level of cat predation. In fact, that's the only matter of disagreement identified in the ecology statement of common ground, other than issues related to connectivity, which I'll come on to in a moment. The level of cat predation will obviously be a product of the number of cats which may enter and then predate in the ancient woodland. The only evidence on that comes from Mr. Baxter. His evidence is that 44 cats may roam from the new houses into ancient woodland. Miss Forster did not put forward an alternative estimate. Mr. Baxter explained that the actual number of cats predating within the ancient woodland is not, as Miss Forster suggested, likely to be higher than 44, but in fact much lower, taking account of the fact that cats are territorial and most don't hunt at all. Those that do tend to take weak and sickly prey, and they're incredibly unlikely to kill dormice, a species with which so much of the ecology evidence was concerned. Mr. Baxter therefore concluded that even without mitigation, the effect of cat predation on the ancient woodland will be negligible, and in any event, mitigation measures are proposed. In those circumstances, Mr. Baxter explained that there's no need to provide more than the 15-metre buffer recommended by Natural England. Ms. Forster agreed that a buffer of that size would be desirable. That's because the ancient woodland is currently bordered by arable land which is intensively cultivated, and as such may be adversely affected by pesticide, herbicide and fertiliser drift. If this scheme comes forward, those agricultural practices will cease, and the existing narrow field margins will be replaced with a minimum 15-metre buffer within which semi-natural habitat will be introduced. Finally, there will be unavoidable impacts on secondary, which is to say non-ancient woodland, in Highsted Quarries local wildlife site, a local designation which sits at the bottom of the policy hierarchy that we went through at the beginning of this section. Ms. Forster agreed that that woodland is not a qualifying feature of the local wildlife site, unlike the species-rich grassland, which will mostly be retained. Indeed, she agreed that only 0.35 hectares of the habitat which will be lost actually meets the criteria for designation, and what will be lost can and will be replaced. What's more, Mr. Baxter explained that this habitat may be lost even if the scheme doesn't come forward, since without management, the encroachment of scrub and secondary woodland is causing its decline. Habitat connectivity will not be lost, but enhanced. Much of Miss Forster's evidence focused on connectivity across the Southern Relief Road. Mr. Baxter explained why her concerns are, with respect, fundamentally misplaced. The Southern Relief Road will not present a total barrier to wildlife. The evidence shows that dormice, for example, regularly cross carriageways up to 12 metres in width, using fragmented habitats as stepping stones. Additional measures are in any event proposed to maintain connectivity across the Southern Relief Road, including the one green bridge, which Ms. Forster agreed is at least in principle a positive, and there's a visualisation of it there from the landscape and open space strategy. There are currently only 10 or so green bridges across the highways in the UK, including the green bridge at Scotney Castle, which Ms. Forster and Mr. Baxter agree has been a real success. A green underpass will also be provided beneath the Southern Relief Road, enabling dormice, badgers and other species to move freely across the new country park. In cross-examination, Ms Forster confirmed that she failed to include this aspect of the proposals in her assessment, despite connectivity being her central concern. Animex wildlife bridges are also proposed in 4 locations across the Southern Relief Roads. Such bridges have been successfully trialled on the Isle of Wight, where dormice began using the bridge just 9 hours after installation. Ultimately, it's the function of Natural England to decide whether there should be any derogation from the protections afforded to European protected species. The case law makes clear that the relevant question for the planning decision maker is whether any derogations are not unlikely to be licensed. Ms Forster agreed that the proposals are not unlikely to be licensed, that double negative being necessitated by the case law, and that impacts on protected species such as hazel dormice do not provide a proper basis for refusing planning permission. Overall, Mr Baxter concluded that habitat connectivity will not be lost but enhanced. The scheme will allow for improved movement of wildlife across the eastern edge of Sittingbourne, contributing to key strategic objectives identified in the Swell Green Grid strategy. All existing connection points will be re-provided. New wooded links between Cromer Wood, Highsted Wood and Highsted Quarries will be created. The existing link between Cromer and Highsted Woods will be incorporated into a 20-metre wide green corridor into which valuable new habitat will be introduced. In other words, with the southern scheme in place, the current picture of fragmented, isolated habitat set within an open landscape will be improved. Planning obligations. For each application, a Section 106 agreement has been agreed, very close to being agreed, with both the Council and KCC. They secure financial contributions in excess of £134.8 million. There are 2 further contributions which have been included subject to a blue pencil clause because their sole compliance is in dispute. The Secretary of State will accordingly need to determine whether these 2 contributions satisfy the 3 tests in Regulation 122 of the SILT regulations, which I won't read out. The first is a contribution of more than £3.4 million sought by the Kent Downs National Landscape Unit. The applicants do not consider that 3 components of that request would be justified. The first is a £1.1 and a bit million compensation contribution, £587,000 or so for the staff costs associated with managing that fund, and £1.448 million for the staff costs associated with managing recreational effects. The National Landscape Unit pins its request to Section 85 of the Countryside and Rights of Way Act 2002, as to which, first, Section 85 requires decision makers to seek to further the purposes of national landscapes. It does not impose a duty necessarily to fulfil those purposes. As such, Section 85 does not prevent the grant of planning permission for development which undermines or conflicts with the statutory purposes of the national landscape, and that's confirmed in the New Forest case. If the development would undermine or conflict with those purposes, the decision maker should consider whether, and if so explain why, the grant of planning permission is nonetheless justified. Again, that's made clear in the New Forest case. This is an evaluative task to be carried out in accordance with Section 38(6) of the Planning Compulsory Purchase Act. Within that framework, development which causes harm to a national landscape may be justified on account of, amongst other factors, its social and economic benefits. When deciding whether to grant planning permission, the decision maker may need to consider whether mitigation or compensation measures are available, and that's picking up a sentence from the New Forest case. But Section 85 doesn't replace or amend the SIL tests. In closing, the Council suggests that the Secretary of State must take some action to discharge the Section 85 duty, and that there is no alternative option than requiring the payment of £3.4 million. For absolute clarity, the action, to borrow the Council's word, the applicants say the Secretary of State should take is that required by paragraph 62 of the New Forest case, which is to consider whether and explain why they have decided that planning permission may justifiably be granted, notwithstanding what's said in Section 85. The Secretary of State is not required to take any further action which is inconsistent with Reg 122 sub 2 of the SIL regulations, i.e. there's no requirement to force a payment that breaches those tests. The impact of the development on the national landscape has been carefully considered and shown to be justified in the public interest, as we'll come on to below. A financial contribution of £3.4 million is not therefore necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms. In any event, even if the principle of the contribution were accepted, the proposed quantum is clearly disproportionate. In particular, the £1.1 million compensation contribution is based on a 2-to-1 replacement formula, which has no basis in policy, and the recreational management contribution entails a staffing cost, £1.4 million, almost 6 times the sum the staff would be managing, which is only £250,000. If the Secretary of State were to disagree and find this contribution to be SIL compliant, Mr Dygan confirmed that the Council's position is that planning permission could then be granted in such a way as to meet the Section 85 duty, further the purposes of the national landscape, and help to deliver the aims and objectives of the National Landscape Management Plan. He confirmed that, if secured, this contribution would be sufficient to overcome the National Landscape Unit's objection. The second disputed contribution is for one close to £30 million towards NHS acute care, as distinct from primary care, for which land and capital contributions have been agreed, and they're in excess of £11 million. Mr Dygan explained that the Council's position is that allowing for some payment towards acute care is more important than delivering the full quotient of affordable housing, despite the Council having declared itself to be in an affordable housing emergency. On the northern site, he suggested that the NHS should receive less money than they'd requested, 1.5 million rather than 4.5, with the brace provision of affordable housing then reduced to 10%. There is no policy basis for any part of this request. The Council relies on policy CP6 in the local plan, which doesn't refer to acute care or even require financial contributions towards healthcare more generally. As Mr Dygan said, the policy doesn't actually specify a requirement for planning obligations. The ICB also referred to its developer contributions guide, which is a document published after the inquiry opened, which hasn't been prepared or adopted as a development plan document, and so shouldn't be treated as though it regulates applications for planning permission. And I refer to some relevant case law in footnote 411. And at the end of that footnote, note that the same points apply to the National Landscape Management Plan, which the Council acknowledges in its closing isn't a development plan document. So continuing at the end of 276, if the Council wishes to introduce a requirement for acute care contributions, it will need to explore that possibility through its next plan-making exercise. In the meantime, it makes no difference that a different developer has chosen to accept an acute care contribution request in another authority area where different development plan policies apply. This does not, as the Council suggests in closing, set any kind of precedent. Developers may choose to make contributions which fail the SIL tests for all manner of reasons. As Mr Gearing pointed out, the application to which the ICB refers, which is Northfleet, has not yet been determined, and the contribution which has been agreed is substantially lower than what the NHS initially requested, and indeed is requesting here. What matters is that in this case, the ICB's request fails the 3 SIL tests. It fails to recognise that the applications will not create new people, but rather change the geography of demand, something that the ICB might be expected to have been able to plan for, given that the scheme meets long identified housing needs, and first occupations won't occur for some time until after the road infrastructure is complete. If there are systemic problems in the way central funding is distributed, as the ICB seems to suggest, that does not mean that developers can properly be required to fill that gap. And in footnote 415, refer to comments made by Ms Justice Holgate in the Leicester case, which the Council also referred to in closing. In any event, even if the principle of the contribution were accepted, its quantum is clearly unjustified. It's been calculated on the assumption that 87% of the scheme's residents would be new to the area, despite the evidence showing that the population gain factor is likely to be closer to 35%. And also it includes delivery costs that are 60% more per square metre than the budget proposal that the ICB submitted to the inquiry. And those arguments are set out more fully in the letters that have been going back and forth, and which are references to which are provided in footnote 4 and 6. Accordingly, the ICB's request should be refused and the full affordable housing offer preserved.
Can I just ask, actually, you referred to quite a few judgments, but you haven't put any in with your submission. Is that because we've already got them in the core docs?
Most of them are in already. I think there might be a couple that aren't, and if that's, we'll do a review, and if there are any judgments that aren't, we'll do a cross check, and we'll send the programme officers any judgments that aren't.
Because I mean, the council have got a few, haven't you? 20 in other words.
Yeah.
So maybe they've.
I think it might be 2 or 3. So by that I mean 2 or 3 that we've referred to that aren't already on the internet. So we'll make sure that they all are on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Lastly, but not least, planning policy and the balance. It's common ground that the most important development plan policies for determining these applications are out of date. Mr. Dygan agreed they're not only deemed out of date under footnote 8 of the National Planning Policy Framework, they're out of date substantively too. The Council began work, as we've said, on its plan, the current plan, back in 2008. It was the existing plan was first consulted on in 2011. It was submitted for examination in 2015. It was adopted in 2017. Since then, national policy has changed many times, including through the introduction of local housing need in 2018 and the new standard method, which was in 2024. As a result, the plan seeks to meet a housing target which is many hundreds of homes lower per year than central government now requires here in Swale. Its employment targets have been superseded. Mr. Dygan agreed that this is another reason why its most important policies, including the settlement boundaries, are out of date, because the numbers on which they're predicated have ballooned since the plan was adopted. Mr. Dygan agreed that the plan is also out of date because it was endorsed subject to an early review that never happened. It was only ever intended to be a temporary stopgap. And the inspector's comment, the examining inspector's comments make that absolutely clear in the footnote. She describes it as short term in nature. But 8 years on, its replacement has still not materialised. Mr. Bashforth recognised that conflict with the development plan, in particular its built-up area boundaries, its agricultural land and green gap policies, is to an extent an inevitable consequence of the plan being out of date. These applications are seeking to meet needs for housing, jobs and infrastructure that the plan is simply not designed to meet. Mr. Dygan agreed that it is inevitable that significant amounts of greenfield land outside current settlement boundaries will be required if Swale's strategic growth needs are actually to be met. Mr. Bashforth emphasised that the scheme does, however, achieve good general compliance with the strategy in the local plan and its locational principles. The applications direct growth of the Thames Gateway and within it to the Sittingbourne area. And just noting below at footnote 420 that we all agree that the sites do fall within the Sittingbourne area within the language of ST5 of the plan, as the plan intended. Which is to say the applications, accord with many of the plan's development management policies on transport, on noise, air quality, open space, sustainable design, among other things. See the full list in Mr. Bashforth's proof. But because the applications don't accord with the plan when read as a whole, the question posed by the statute is whether there are other material considerations which justify a grant of planning permission. We agree with the council that in answering that question, the tilted balance, as it's called sometimes, 11D2 of the MPPF, will apply, provided that the application of policies in the framework that protect assets of particular importance in footnote 7 of the framework don't provide a strong reason for refusing permission under 11D1. Now, the council relies on only one such reason in respect of the northern application, that's to say heritage. It's common ground that the heritage policies in the MPPF would only provide a reason to refuse planning permission if the harm that would be caused to the designated assets is not outweighed by all the scheme's public benefits, applying the balance at paragraph 215 of the framework. The balance is clearly overcome, and we do know, I know it's a footnote, but 421, in consequence of that, and in answer to the fifth question of the Secretary of State's call-in letter, the northern application would be fully consistent with Chapter 16 of the MPPF. The Council accepts that the harm that would be caused to the designated heritage assets would not reach a high level of less than substantial harm, and on the other side of the scales, the scheme has substantial benefits that I won't read out, but they're tabulated here, taken from Mr. Bashforth's evidence. Having passed the 215 test in the framework, the northern application then falls to be determined through the application of the tilted balance at 11D2 of the framework. There are inevitably harms to be weighed in that balance, in addition, of course, to the heritage harms that we've identified already. The development of greenfield land inevitably entails landscape harm, as we've been over. But those impacts have been minimised, and as the new landscape matures, will be neutralised over time. The scheme will lead to the loss of best and most versatile agricultural land, but almost all of it is grade 3A, and it represents only 0.5% of the best and most versatile agricultural land in Swale. And although some prowls will need to be diverted or stopped up, this will be compensated by improvements elsewhere alongside wider improvements to connectivity and open space. Overall, Mr. Bashforth concludes that the adverse impacts of the scheme would not significantly or demonstrably outweigh its benefits. Planning permission should therefore be granted for the northern scheme. For the combined scheme, the council relies on 3 footnote 7 policies: heritage, irreplaceable habitats, and national landscape. And properly understood, none of them provide a strong reason for refusing permission within the language of the framework. Again, the heritage balance is clearly passed. Again, the council accepts that the harm that would be caused to designated heritage assets would not reach a high level of less than substantial harm. And on the other side of the scales, the combined scheme has very substantial benefits that again are tabulated, and I won't read out. Mr. Dygan's view was that all of those benefits, all of them taken together, do not outweigh the loss of 0.21 hectares of ancient woodland, even with a accepted suitable compensation strategy in place. And he explained that he doesn't consider, therefore, the wholly exceptional reasons test in the framework at 193C to be satisfied, because although elements of the scheme might be exceptional, he considers there to be alternative sites on which employment needs could be met, a view which, as we've already said, is inconsistent with the case law on alternatives, and also that the council's housing land supply is only a year short of 5 years, which is an observation, as we've already explained, it goes nowhere when the scheme's delivery programme extends over a far longer period. Footnote 70 of the framework recognises that for infrastructure projects, which Mr. Dygan agreed includes us, because we are an infrastructure project, wholly exceptional reasons will exist where the public benefits clearly outweigh the habitat loss or deterioration. And he concluded, Mr. Bashforth concluded, that this test is clearly satisfied, properly putting the scale of loss, 5.21 hectares of ancient woodland in the context of the scale of development, 577 hectares, and the nature and extent of its benefits, which is to say transformational benefits of local, regional and indeed national significance. On the national landscape, we agree that this is a major development to which the exceptional circumstances test in the framework at paragraph 190 applies. So, when applying that test, first, we agree that the scheme should be assessed as a package rather than asking whether or not each element is in and of itself exceptional. We agree that the delivery of housing could contribute to a package being exceptional. We agree that it's not necessary for the scheme's benefits to be unique, with Mr. Dygan accepting he was wrong to have suggested otherwise in his evidence in chief, and references to some of the case law that we went over in the footnote that confirms all of that. We agree that the litmus test is not whether the national landscape will be protected, because the whole premise of 190 is that a scheme which doesn't protect the national landscape can still be justified, and to the extent that Mr. Dygan suggested otherwise in his proof, he was wrong. We agree it's not necessary for the scheme to address a highways safety concern, despite Mr. Dygan's focus on this part of the justification for Junction 5. The scheme would obviously, and in any event, address significant, long-standing highways issues as both Kent and Swale, except... Just wait for the sound. Sorry, I'm struggling to hear. On the specific considerations identified at paragraph 190 of the framework, first, we agree that there is a need for this development. We agree with Mr. Dygan about that, and that it would have a net beneficial impact on the economy. Second, we agree that if this Southern Relief Road is to be delivered, it will necessitate development in the national landscape. And third, Mr. Dygan confirmed that the council doesn't... Oh dear. Is everyone all right? Mr. Dygan confirmed that the council does not suggest that Junction 5A could be delivered in such a way... Is everything all right? Are you sure? Okay. Not at all. We're almost there now. Mr. Dygan, sorry, I was saying at 2943, Mr. Dygan confirmed that the council does not suggest that Junction 5A could be delivered in such a way as to cause less harm to the national landscape. Ms. Brockhurst showed the impact on the national landscape is localised, as we've seen, and that its special qualities won't be undermined. Mr. Bashforth rightly concludes there are exceptional circumstances and that the scheme's in the public interest. It is an exemplar of the type and scale of development that will help to meet the government's pledge to deliver 1.5 million homes. It would meet long-standing regeneration objectives of national significance. Having passed the tests at 215, 193 and 190 of the framework, the combined scheme therefore falls to be determined through the application of the balance at 11D2, the tilted balance. And Mr. Bashforth concludes that the balance weighs firmly in favour of the grant of permission. Necessarily, the combined scheme causes more harm than the northern scheme does just on its own. Given its greater scale, it inevitably has greater impacts on landscape character and appearance. Given the road infrastructure it delivers, it inevitably entails development in the national landscape and the loss of up to 0.21 hectares of ancient woodland. But, critically, it is only by approving both applications together that the full suite of benefits of regional and indeed national significance are secured. The road infrastructure that the region sorely needs, not just the Northern Relief Road, but the Southern as well, and Junction 5A, a strategically significant number of jobs, 5,200, and the delivery of housing at a scale that the government's ambitions demand, 8,000 400 homes, including 1,764 affordable. So in short, this scheme answers the government's calls for homes, for jobs, for infrastructure on a site which sits in the biggest regeneration area in Europe, at the apex of the local planning authority's spatial strategy. And we accordingly ask the Secretary of State to grant permission for both schemes. And finally, just as the last advocate speaking, it's not something that necessarily needs to be written down, I would just like to say, I hope this is all right to say, a thank you on behalf of all the advocates who have appeared at this very unusual but memorable planning inquiry, to the team who have made it possible for all of us to appear and have managed everything so effectively. And by that, I'm talking about, I'm sure any of them are here actually, but the people who've been working at Swale House, obviously Helen and Yvonne, who have been invaluable, as they always are, team at Pins, and of course also to you, Inspector, for the courteous and thorough way that the inquiry has been conducted from the start. So thank you.
Take the wind out of my sails a bit, because I was going to say a few things. First of all, I just need to ask again, any cost applications? No. Okay, thank you very much. Well, unfortunately, I can't quite match the erudite words of Mr. Rhymes in his quotations. So I'd like to quote Tess Daly. Following the Strictly dance-off. And that is that you've done all you can, all of you, and you can now do no more. Anyway, I just got a few thanks for myself. First of all, I'd like to thank the council for basically hosting the event, and it has been very protracted, and I'm sure it's caused quite a strain on resources. And also, I mean, especially Sarah and her team, and they're not here today, but they've kept the thing going, and all the IT and everything. So I think we all thank them very much for their all their efforts in making everything go smoothly. I'd like to thank all of you, all participants. You know, it has been a fairly highly charged inquiry. Lots of people have very strong views on all sides, but everybody has engaged, I think, in the inquiry process in a very dignified and respectful way. And I'd like to thank you for that, because it just makes my job a lot easier, and I think it makes it more pleasant for everybody. And finally, I'd like to thank my wonderful programme officers, Yvonne and Helen. And really, without them, I doubt we'd been able to have such a smooth process, and I certainly couldn't have carried out my role properly, as I hopefully have done. So thank you very much to you too. You're probably wondering when you're going to get the decision on all this. Well, I mean, I can't tell you that, because obviously I can't tell you what the Secretary of State's going to do, but you have to realise that it's quite a mammoth job for me to do, and that my report will take several months to write. So, you know, don't expect anything too quickly. I don't know whether PINS will notify you, probably not, as it's a Secretary of State case, but it will be into next year, as I'm sure you must realise. So with that, I will now close the inquiry. Thank you very much. Oh, don't forget to hand your badges in. Oh yes, and take your cups away as well. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.